And thank you. So we have 3 items on the agenda today. Item number 1 is a discussion of the MLGW fiscal consent agenda, all council districts requested by MLGW. President McGowan, you have the floor.
Good morning, Chairwoman. Doug McGowan, Memphis Light, Gas and Water. Next slide. Today we're bringing to you $14 million worth of approvals, bringing us to $177 million through the course of this year. We have 6 items for your consideration today. Next slide. Next slide. The first 2 are increasing funding for our master paving program. In the first, we're adding $1 million to VUCON LLC. This is to make sure that we have additional funding to finish out all of our paving this year. We have executed aggressively on our paving program, both repairs, single lane repairs, patching, and milling. And so we have essentially expended all of our paving budget halfway through the year. So this will get us to the end. The next slide is for $5 million, is with Lehman Roberts. Again, this is for our patching and milling contract. So this will bring our total funded amount for paving this year to $22 million. I do want to mention the significant amount of increase here is because of the new paving standards that were put into place at the city of Memphis some number of years ago. Next slide. This is a contract for $3 million plus for, it's called painting, but it's actually recoating of our liquid natural gas plant tank. This is our very large 1 billion cubic foot tank. This is not just coating or not just painting. We're actually removing the old coating and putting a new elastomeric coating on this to make sure that it lasts. We have some reliability requirements at the Tennessee Public Utility Commission. We have to make sure that we do corrosion prevention, and that means sealed coatings on many of the critical parts. The contract has been let, and these folks will take a while to get this thing chipped down and repainted. Next is project portfolio management software. This is with WorkOtter. This is how we organize and manage all of the many projects that come through our IT system. It's a project management tool for our IT professionals to manage all of the IT systems that they have. Next slide. North Service Center Building 5 roof replacement in the amount of $558,000 with B4 Ply, a local company, to remove and demolish and replace a building, the roof on a building at North Service Center, Building 5. We have many old buildings. Some of you have been there to tour. This roof is long since out of service. It's more than 30 years old. It's already leaking. So we need to pull that roof off and put a new one on. North Service Center is our primary area where we have all of our electric distribution, many of our gas services as well. This is part of our overall modernization plan for the North Service Center. Next slide. Samsara Telematics. This is a 5-year contract for $4.6 million. This provides services for all of our vehicles. We now have all of our vehicles in MLGW fleet outfitted with Samsara cameras. These are not just cameras. They use GPS. They use vehicle telematics, dash cameras, the whole 9 yards to really make our fleet a much safer fleet to operate. Primarily, what we are doing here is to make sure that we know where all of our vehicles are, but to make sure that our drivers are performing in a safe manner and to actually vindicate MLGW should people run into our vehicles and then claim it's our fault. This has already saved us millions of dollars in claims for people who would have otherwise been paid a claim because we had no evidence to the contrary. But more than this, it really does improve the safety and habits of drivers. Since we've implemented Samsara, we've seen a 30% reduction in mobile phone use by our employees, a 49% decrease in violations for seatbelt, in other words, not wearing their seatbelt, and a 49% reduction in speeding. We all know that we bring our habits that we've learned at home to the workplace, and not everybody has great seatbelt speeding or telephone usage. Samsara uses a combination of AI and machine learning to detect when somebody is on the phone, somebody's distracted, if they're not wearing their seatbelt, or if they are speeding. This has been a significant improvement for us, and we think it's definitely worth it to keep everyone on the road safe, including our drivers. So it has been a wonderful program for us, and we want to continue this because we want to continue to drive down incidents and keep the equipment that we have and the people that we have safe.
Absolutely.
So that concludes, subject to your questions, our consent agenda items.
Okay, I'd like to recognize that Councilman Ford and Councilwoman Cooper Sutton have joined us. Good morning. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. I just was wondering, we only have one large gas container?
Our liquid natural gas plant has 1 billion cubic feet of storage, so that
Is it
saved us.
more than one container, just one container?
This is one large storage container. There's multiple other tanks that are there. We're actually evaluating now, will be this year in 2027, be doing
Yes.
an analysis on another tank to determine what the estimate or probable cost would be
I'm
to
just
have
wondering
another
if we
tank.
only have one large container.
Yes,
You know, what happens if that, we have a problem with that? How does that work? I mean,
right.
okay, so I'm just wondering, is there a backup plan for how many containers we actually need?
And that's what we're evaluating. You'll see in our budget in 2027 in engineering services to determine, this plant was ultimately designed to have 2 tanks and some
it only
additional
has one
compression.
right
It
now.
has one. You're probably talking, in order to add another one, is $300 to $400 million, but
Well, I mean,
we're going to evaluate that to make sure that the juice is worth the squeeze here, because during this last cold winter, you'll
Right.
recall, we could have paid $65 million for gas, but we only paid $45 million.
Yeah, I mean,
so
it definitely
doesn't take very
saved us.
long.
I'm just
Yeah.
worried about if we had an issue,
Right.
what would happen?
I agree, and that's why we're
Right.
looking at this, and that's why we're doing this kind of preventative maintenance to make sure the thing stays in good service.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I had a question from page 5,
Yes, ma'am.
the master paving program. That
Yes.
last line allows MLGW to complete the paving prior to winter weather and asphalt plant shutdown. I was just curious, is that at the same time every year, same month, same date every year?
Yes, ma'am, and our public works director can talk to you about that. When we get to the December to February timeframe, you cannot produce hot patch or hot mix asphalt because the temperature is too low. So that's why there's always a lull, and that's why there's always a complaint when there's a pothole that, hey, the city fills it and then the stuff comes right out. That's cold patch, which is not as durable as a permanent fix like hot patch. But that is essentially the bane of existence for everybody who does paving, is when you get to the very cold temperatures, you can't produce hot mix asphalt. So that's why we have that.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions for this item, we're going to move on to item number 2. It's an update on battery energy storage system initiative, on the battery energy storage system initiative. All council districts requested by yours truly.
Thank you, ma'am. I have VP Quentin Clark with us today, who's going to talk to us about this exciting proposal. I just want to say strategically, we all know that the increased demand for energy in our nation, even before data centers were considered, we were on the upswing. And so we need to do our part. It's difficult to build generation. The good news is that there are lull periods during our 24-hour day where we don't need as much energy, so we can use that time to store up some energy to use it when we actually need it. And that's what we're putting into our system, is a hedge such that we can have some additional energy when we need it. So I'll turn it over to Quentin.
Good morning. Quentin Clark, Vice President, Electrical Engineering and Operations, 220 South Main. MLW is working on 2 battery storage initiatives. The MLW initiative, which originated as part of a request for proposal, is for about 25 megawatts of battery storage. The MLW 7 Station initiative is for about 100 megawatts of battery storage. Both of these initiatives will help with peak shaving to reduce MLW demand charges and for load reductions during load curtailment events. Next slide. Okay, let's discuss the MLW initiative first. We issued an RFP for 100 megawatts of solar with 50 megawatts of batteries, plus 20 megawatts of batteries at the MLW substation, and finally 10 megawatts of batteries at the MLW distribution system. We received a total of 6 bids for our request for proposal. There were 2 bids for solar and batteries, with only 1 being qualified. There were 4 bids for batteries, with only 3 being qualified. After evaluations, we determined not to move forward on the solar and battery installation because the cost would be higher than the cost of power from TVA. We did select to work with LightShift on the battery-only installations. Next slide. Now for the Seven States Initiative. Seven States Power Corporation is an energy solutions cooperative owned and operated by 153 local power companies within the TVA footprint. MLGW is an LPC member of Seven States. Seven States focuses on custom generation, reliability as a service, and transportation infrastructure, such as the battery installations in Collierville and New Orleans station that we recently initiated. Seven States provided an opportunity for MLGW to participate in a solar and/or battery storage project. MLGW and Seven States worked together to evaluate three options for this project. Option 1 was solar with battery storage connected to the transmission system. Option 2 was batteries only connected to the transmission system. And option 3 was batteries only connected to the distribution system. After careful evaluation, we selected to move forward with batteries connected on the distribution system. Next slide. The MLGW engineering team evaluated the feasibility of a total of 125 megawatts of batteries connected at the distribution level. The high-level evaluations indicated this type of battery installation is technically feasible, subject to detailed engineering and results of system impact studies. The battery installations are mainly intended for peak shaving applications or doing load reductions or curtailment events. This will support our efforts for a more resilient grid. Next slide. MLGW engineering staff reviewed our substation site locations within Shelby County. They considered available property and equipment placement, along with substation loading, protection practices, along with a few other items during this evaluation. For both initiatives, we selected battery sizes of 10 megawatts, 15 megawatts, or 20 megawatts at 9 selected substations. Our engineering staff did a tremendous job in developing the list along with high-level planning and site layouts. Next slide. The map shows the substation locations along with the size for each battery installation. For the MLGW initiative, we selected substation 45, which is south of downtown, and substation 66 in Collierville near Winchester and Houston Levee. For the Seven States initiative, we selected 4 substations in the south and southeast. This includes substation 28 on Winchester Road, substation 71 on Clark Road, substation 74 on Shelby Drive, and finally substation 89 on Mendenhall. We also selected substation 73 on Houston Levee in the Cordova area. And finally, we selected substations 43 on Elmer Road and substation 48 on Yale Road in the north section of the county, as noted on the map. Next slide. MLGW will be looking at entering into energy service storage agreements with both Seven States and LightShift. These are 20-year long-term contracts where Seven States and LightShift will own, operate, and maintain the battery storage systems. MLGW will pay fixed monthly capacity fee in exchange for the rights to charge and discharge the batteries. Our preliminary economics indicate even to slightly positive economic benefits for both projects. We are presently completing a more detailed analysis of the economics right now. There are other resilient benefits as noted with peak shaving, proactive demand response, and load management. Next slide. Okay. Thanks. Battery storage systems charge and store energy during low demand times, which are typically overnight. The systems are typically discharged during high demand times to help with peak shaving to reduce the MLGW demand cost or grid strain. The seasonal and peak hours for MLGW are shown on the slide, 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. April through October, and typically 4 a.m. to 10 a.m. November through March. The peak hours can vary depending on weather or system demands. Final slide. This slide shows the tentative timeline and next steps for MLGW. We completed most items related to the bidding process in November of 2025. Since this is a new system for MLGW, we are taking longer to ensure we get more of the engineering, operations, financial evaluations, plus terms and conditions correct. We hope to complete this process within the next few months to move forward. The goal is to make sure the project has positive economic benefits. We hope to have the commercial operational system before or by December of 2028. These initiatives are part of our power pledge. Reliability is job number one. We balance affordability with value. We think long term. This is how we are reliable today, ready for tomorrow. This concludes the presentation subject to your questions.
Thank you both for this. This is wonderful. Colleagues and everyone present and viewing and listening, if you didn't know, this is a really big deal. This is a really big deal, and you said thinking long-term. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for this. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you. As we're looking at the map where you have these particular facilities, it doesn't really make a difference for the question is, does it make a difference for the ability of people throughout the city to get the same benefit from this, depending on where these things are located? It's not like they have to be located in a neighborhood or anything for that neighborhood to benefit. Is that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
So the reason that we have them spread where they are is they were pieces of property that we had, and we felt they would be appropriate and safe for these facilities, and we could secure them?
Yes, as well as looking at the substation loading to make sure that the batteries would always be absorbed with the load that's on those substations. So typically where those are, you'll see our substations are a little larger, so there's a little more land there so we can put the batteries on. Inside the city of Memphis inside the core of the city, the substations are much smaller and more constrained, so we don't have as much land to put the batteries on. But absolutely, everybody gets the benefit of every electron that is discharged from those batteries, no matter where you are on our service territory.
And do you have any sort of general idea, you may have said it, I missed it, of the percentage of savings or the benefit we'll get by having lower cost electricity stored to use during the day at peak demands where electricity costs more? Is something that our customers can see these batteries will actually save us a percentage? Because it seems like that's sort of something that should be there, since we know that if we have to buy electricity in peak demands, it's more expensive.
So we think the net present value of all the savings is about $8 million over that time. So this is not going to save, that's not every year, but that's still $8 million less that we have to pay for electricity to TVA, which
that's over how many years?
This is over 20 years. But so you want to think it's $500,000 a year or so, but that still keeps, what this does is it puts pressure in the appropriate direction on rates, down, not up, right? So, and then the added benefit of saving money is, when the grid is stressed, we have additional energy that we can put into it. So that also keeps costs down, because that's less generation that potentially TVA has to build, but we all pay for. So this is has multiple benefits for our ratepayers.
So we're just going to keep these things charged.
We're going to charge them overnight, and then we'll discharge them.
Charged every day, and they're going to be discharged every day, no matter what.
That is correct. To shave that peak, that means that it lowers the demand charge that we pay to TVA.
So it's not just during bad peak times; it's every day.
No, sir.
Peak time. Okay. Right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Let the record show that Madam Chair Swearingen Washington has joined us. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I have a reliability goal question that I would like to ask. When Pacific reliability failures in Memphis, will these batteries directly address, and how will you measure improvement at the neighborhood level?
So this is not aimed at reliability for the electric system. This is aimed at resilience. There are two ways you can install batteries. One is if you would install it on a circuit such that if that circuit ever lost power, you could repower that particular circuit. That is one way that you can do that. The economics of that are that you invest in the battery and you power it and you hold it and you never discharge the power until you need it. The installation we are doing is to save money and to improve resilience across the entire system, which is you install the battery, you have the power available every day, and you discharge it. We have a very separate reliability program that is based on Number one, overall system reliability. Number two, neighborhood reliability, like we have done with the Orange Mound Initiative, and now we're in Castalia Heights. And then number three is by circuit, making reliability improvements in the circuits. We can provide to you, Councilwoman, the reliability by neighborhood. I will tell you, it's not an exaggeration that the improvements in reliability through the Orange Mound Initiative are astounding. That neighborhood has enjoyed a significant uptick in reliability compared to where it used to be. Castalia Heights is going to see the same kind of improvements. Whitehaven is the next neighborhood that we're already doing. So we are taking the system, looking at the system, then we're taking neighborhood by neighborhood, making improvements, and then circuit by circuit, which is a smaller subset, to say, how do we improve the reliability there? Last thing I'll say is, at this point this year, we've had 47 million minutes of outage. Historically, our average at this time of the year is 65 million minutes of outage. And in 2023, we had 137 million minutes of outages. So 137 million down to 47 million. That is a dramatic improvement in system reliability. But we can give you the data for any particular neighborhood and where that is. We're proud of the progress we've made. We're not where we want to be, but we have a lot more work to do, and reliability is going to continue to improve.
All right, thank you. And storm resilience. The question I have there is, during major outages, like we experienced in this last storm, what loads can these batteries support, and how long?
Yeah, these are 4-hour batteries, so
4 hours.
you charge them up and they discharge over a period of 4 hours. Now, remember, it's only 100 megawatts. Our system is...
It's 100 or 125?
Well, I'm sorry, 125 when we put it all in. 125 altogether. You're
Okay.
right. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
That's okay.
I saw the 100.
I thought it was 125.
Yeah, 125. Our system in the wintertime is about 2,000 megawatts, and in the summertime can approach 3,000 megawatts. So they can't do anything like power the entire system. They'll just give us an added boost of energy when we need that, when the demand is high. So it's a good start. We're not done. We have more batteries that we will incorporate over time. But again, they won't power the entire system. They're just going to give us a little better ability to handle peaks in demand.
Okay. And I just wanted to have two more questions about community engagement. I know you're here doing the presentation, but has there been any community engagement where those substations are located to when you start the work and things start happening, so we won't get inundated with emails and phone calls trying to figure out what's going on and what isn't? So is there any plans for the future? Because I think 2028 is your goal to finish all this installation, and this should be up and running. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. So you can bet that we'll communicate with the neighborhood around where these go. Where we are today is we just finalized the sites. We just got EPA Department of Agriculture, what was it? Agricultural approval, because they're giving the grant for the environmental clearance for these sites.
Okay.
And now we're negotiating on the economics of it to determine exactly where they'll go. And then before we begin any construction, we'll let the neighborhoods know what's going on. There's more trucks rolling in. What are we doing? Letting them know exactly what's happening.
And I have one more question, and the other questions we can do offline. You did talk about the environmental and the agricultural. And so my concern is the environmental impact. What environmental or noise assessments have been done to complete for each site?
Yeah, there is no noise concern for these batteries. They are actually less noisy than our existing substations are, so it doesn't add any ambient noise here. We have, with our consultants, we have developed a series of information. What kind of information do we provide to the neighbors? What information do we provide to public safety based on industry standards? So we have all of that information, and we'll be happy to share it with everybody. But they should not expect noise, emissions, anything from these batteries. It's like your battery at home. You don't really hear that battery. So.
All right, and the ratepayer impact. Will these projects reduce long-term rate pressure? And when will customers see measurable benefits?
They will see measurable benefits immediately because this has downward pressure on rates. We already did not forecast an electric rate increase until well after 2030. This will have an additional benefit in prolonging our need for any electric rate increase. So it's kind of like the absence of an outage. It's very hard to measure the impact of an absence of an outage, but you will see additional resiliency. You will see downward pressure on rates, and that's just something that people should know. That's inherently the right thing to do for our system, and that's why we're making these kinds of investments.
Thank you, President McGowan. Thank
You
you,
bet.
Chair. And I'll wait for the data to come for you to send me the report.
Sure, you bet.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
So once again, thank you all so much for this. Also, thank you to 7 states, and this is just wonderful. We're running a little behind, so there's more I could say, still keeping my fingers crossed for solar, of course, but this is great, and I'm just looking forward to all of the benefits that you have shared thus far.
Yes, ma'am.
So next, we're going to have an update on Elvis Week planning efforts, Districts 3, 6, and Super District 8, requested by yours truly.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll have Chandrika Rosser, our VP of Gas and Water Engineering and Construction, and the city engineer here is here as well, because we're just one part of that construction. But as we have done every year, we always recognize Elvis Week, how important that is, and essentially we clean up, close down, and kind of stop the majority of the work to make sure that customers and visitors can get to Elvis Presley Boulevard. So Chandrika, I'll let you talk about what we'll do, and then Mr. Dotson's here, the city engineer, if you have questions about what the city and TDOT and their partners may be doing.
Hey, thank you. Chandrika Rosser, Vice President of Gas and Water Engineering Operations. So we are definitely aware of Elvis Week, August 8th through August 16th. We know how important it is to the city of Memphis, to the businesses along Elvis Presley, and all of the thousands of tourists that plan on traveling here to celebrate Elvis that week. Our plan is to cease all construction activity prior to Elvis Week, and then we won't be there for the full week, and then we will restart our construction activities following the end of Elvis Week.
Thank you so much for that. Well, that sounds great. Are there any questions or comments?
I would just add,
City engineer may have something to add.
One more time.
One more time. There you go. You got it.
okay, Greg Dodson, city engineer, 125 North Main Street. In regards to the pedestrian aspect, because we know that there are going to be a number of pedestrians in the area, we have instructed our engineers that are working on, the consultants that are working on the project, to develop a pedestrian plan. And the idea is to keep them away from the construction area where you've got it on the east side, where you have the guest house in Graceland. So we're trying to divert pedestrians to the west side, just to make sure that they stay away from all the construction activity. But yeah, that we're definitely planning to have everything teed up and ready to go, making it conducive for pedestrians to migrate through the Graceland area.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate your mindfulness surrounding the mobility of the tourists and the locals.
And I'll just say, Greg and I, we actually went to Whitehaven together. We played in the band together. And I'll say, since he came aboard, we have talked more in the last week than we have in the last 20 years. So I say that to say we're committed to coordinating and working together to make the project successful and Elvis Week successful as well. Saxophone and trumpet.
And
right?
trumpet,
Yeah.
that's right, that's right.
Thank you, everyone, for this. Thank you as well. Nice meeting you. I know we'll hear more from you later. But this was great today. And in closing, I just want to say congratulations to MLGW Commissioners John Butler and James Llewellyn Mr. Butler is with Bartlett, and Mr. Llewellyn is in Collierville. But congratulations and on being voting board members.
Committee, the council is hereby called to order. Deja, please call the roll.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Swears-Washington.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren. Present. And Chair Cooper Sutton.
Present. Today on the agenda, we have one item. Update on facilities, conditions, and maintenance across all Memphis public libraries, all council districts. requested by Chairwoman Swearingen Washington. Is anyone here to? I know, I heard you. Yeah. Yes, and Chairwoman Swearingen Washington is in the queue. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chair. I requested this discussion to make sure that our libraries are getting the attention they deserve. I had a meeting at the main library, Benjamin Hook's library, and it has a need for power washing on the sidewalk. The glasses, the windows, everything needs to be cleaned. The carpet needs to be cleaned until being replaced. But with that being our main library, it's representative of our city. And it's in East Memphis, right around the corner from Chickasaw Gardens. We just want to make sure that our main library and our other library locations, even if they can't be painted, at least they can be power washed. Carpets need to be clean. We just want it to be welcoming to our constituents, our community members, our customers. So I am eager to hear the presentation. Thank you.
Let the record reflect that Councilwoman White has joined us. Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, okay. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all for having me this morning. First, let me say, Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, I really appreciate your passion for the libraries. It really does my heart good to know that people really care about our facilities. I tell everyone the libraries are the public-facing entity of city government. I think we are the only division where we solely are responsible for serving the public, and we have to make sure we have a good look forward. What you have in front of you is a report specifically focusing on HVAC. There are some other matters which, if you have questions, I can't speak to, and I will go over what this report says to respond to the chairwoman's comments about Central. There is a plan in place for correcting the carpeting and the power washing and the windows. The Central has been identified for CIP budget spending for FY27, so we're about to begin an extensive process of replacing all the carpeting on 3 of the 4 floors. Also, a lot of the furniture is old and dilapidated. It will be replaced. We also have a project to where the restrooms are being renovated. We've just gone through the process with the architects where they've done specs. Well, I'm sorry, they've done renderings, sent us those, and we'll be sending that out for bid shortly to get that corrected as well. What General Services has committed to us is that over the next over the next 30 days, there will be a power washing program to where we'll be able to do about 5 branches at a time during that 30 days. Central is one of them, the others being Crenshaw, Levi, Randolph, South will all be pressure washed. Gaston Park has been pressure washed within the last week or 2 weeks, the front side of that. There's also been some signage replacement at some of them. Hollywood has been great. There was a great idea that came up from Renee Sikander, who's the deputy director for the mayor, of using temporary signs until we get newer digital signs, and all the digital signs should come online by the end of FY27 as well. We're going into the reports about the HVAC. What you have in front of you is a color-coded system. Yellow means that there is some need for repair. Green means that it is fully operational, with one caveat of Central's HVAC is fully operational. However, Central operates on a 2-chiller system because it's so big. And what the 2-chiller system does is it allows for one chiller to not receive all of the load of the building. And basically they alternate. And I'm oversimplifying here, but just imagine on Monday, chiller 1 cools the building, and on Tuesday, chiller 2 cools the building, just to keep the load off of the system. But there is some repair that is needed for one of the chillers. Chris Doyle has been on site. He is the head of HVAC repair for GS and making sure that that is done. So again, Central is fully functioning, but there are some repairs that need to occur. You also have Hollywood Library, which I am glad that we found out there was an issue. The system was not cooling. It kept kicking off, but we discovered that the problem was the fire alarm system. There was a fault within the fire alarm system, and when the fire alarm goes off, the HVAC turns off, and that's what was going on. So we are waiting on the vendors to come out and correct that issue, but this is something that was just discovered last week in terms of what that problem was. And again, I'm very, very pleased and thankful to General Services for working through that to find out what that problem was. Also at Officer Jeffrey Red, the HVAC unit, there is an electrical issue there. It's a fairly new unit that's in place. They are deducing that. Now, again, it is cooling. It just has to be manually reset. It's kind of like your computer at home. When it's acting wonky, you turn it off, turn it back on. So that's what we do at Jeffrey Red pretty much every morning. So we have not lost cooling and have not lost hours because of it. But it is something that we do want to make sure that is corrected so we don't have to spend time doing that every day. And lastly, the Orange Mound unit, which I do believe council has been briefed on before. Orange Mound, again, was a fairly new unit. I think it's a little less than 2 years old, but it just has never functioned properly. There's been a lot of maintenance calls to that, but we were able to discover that there were some issues with the system. We believe it could be installation. It could be something with manufacturing. I'm just speaking from Eric Harris's perspective on that. But HCD and Ashley Cash were able to step up and provide some funds for a temporary unit to be installed at Orange Mound to at least keep it cool for now until the new unit is installed. And there is some conversation going on with the original contractor about the HVAC unit because, again, according to what I read from the notes, there was something wrong when that unit was installed. So hopefully we can get that corrected and get that new unit installed. But if it is something that is not, Orange Mound will be taken care of regardless. Wanted to make sure that is clear. All right, and I don't know if General Services, I'm sitting here with Gerald Spencer, has something to add.
Gerald Spencer, 125 North Main, Deputy Director for General Services. I'm happy to announce that we have 3 urban fellows that are working in General Services over the summer, and we will be bringing those 3 gentlemen on and part-time to take care of our pressure washing for our facilities. So we'll try to get that jumped off in August.
Now, when you talk about the pressure washing at the Central Library, that sidewalk, it has a design that way. It used to have a design or something, but it's, you see what I'm saying? It's the curb appeal. It needs to look good before you even get in there. And that lower level, how long is it going to take it before the carpet gets replaced? It needs to at least be cleaned.
Yes, ma'am. It is going to get cleaned here very shortly, but we are going to replace it. We have to put it out for bid and get that company in, but it will be done during this fiscal year, definitely.
Okay. Now, whose responsibility is it to communicate with the janitorial service?
It depends. It's a team effort. We communicate on a lot of immediate needs. Mm-hmm. There's also a contract in place for some of the longer term needs. If there's anything outside of the building, then we work with General Services to make sure that that's taken care of. So it depends on what the specific need is.
Someone needs to communicate with the people at that specific location.
Yes, ma'am.
They need to go get some Windex and clean those windows and glasses. It looks horrible. It looks like it hadn't been cleaned in months.
Yes, ma'am. And that is going to be addressed when the power washing occurs again within this next month, definitely.
Or some vinegar and water.
Yes, ma'am. Real easy. Sometimes just water and a towel.
Some newspaper.
Works. Yes, ma'am.
Clean those windows. All right. So when can we go and see the change?
I would say within the next 30 days, all of those are going to happen in terms of the cleaning. The longer term carpet replacement and things are going to take quite some time. But again, probably by this time next month, we should see a difference if I am speaking correctly for that.
That's correct.
But it doesn't take 30 days clean the windows. That should be an immediate action to be able to communicate with those people because we're paying service masters a lot of money. Somebody could be walking around supervising and making sure that's taking place.
Yes, ma'am. I'll get on it when I get back to the library.
That's serious. All right. And then it's so disappointing about the air conditioning at Orange Mound because it really hadn't been there that long. Is it under warranty?
So we were working with the contractor with HCD to determine if any other parts are under warranty. If they are not under warranty, we're going to have some discussion with them for full replacement.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
We want to recognize that Dr. Michael and Eastern Thomas has joined us. Thank you. All right, and I just have a few questions and a comment. I'm not sure, Eric, Director Eric, I'm appreciative that you are now sitting in this seat, and thank you for being attentive and being, giving us, the city council, your ear and with the community. However, I'm not sure how on God's green earth that this is a brand new building, and you knew, and they knew, not you, but the prior knew that the contract that we were doing business with, you just said it on record, that it was a problem before you even started. So why did you follow through? That's my question. This is a brand new building, 2 years old, with taxpayers' money that we're gonna have to start dealing with if the contract is not held up. Warranty and parts, all those are good business deals. When you go into business, if an installation or something is needed for my home, I'm just not just gonna sign a contract. But I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud. All these friendships and all these alignments that has been going on for decades here in Memphis that has caused us in the positions that we're in and not seeing any economic growth or any prosperity or progression, that has to stop. That really has to stop because it takes us backwards instead of moving forward. And this is the 21st century. And Memphis is the face of everything that happens and everything that goes on. And to hear that was very disappointing, that this building is only, 2 years old? Only 2 years old. And now we're here. I'm glad that you're here because there needs to be a maintenance plan. Window washing? Really? Someone should be making sure that the maintenance and the upkeep and the appearance of these libraries that are mostly in our Black communities are kept up. Our children go there. Our younger generation, people go there. So appearance is very, very important. And let me make sure that I'm very clear. I'm not fussing. This is just reality. A repeated cycle here in Memphis. And everybody that's been in this administration before I got here for decades, you ought to be ashamed of yourself the way you've done it and the way things have constantly appear. I don't see Cossack Library, one of the historical libraries. I don't even see that library on here. One of the oldest library, if I'm not mistaken, here in the city of Memphis. And I don't even see it on here. Where is it? Okay, I need to put my glasses on. Thank you. All right. So I'm glad to see there's no primary needs. Okay. I'm glad to see there's no primary needs. But business-wise, I'm not sure who's doing the business here and who's contracting the business when they go into business to do business here in Memphis. And then, thank you, I was about to say that. And then there's no follow-up. And then we have to figure out and go back to the table if there's a warranty or if there's, and then we got to go back and ask for money. Service master, paying them bukus of money. Cancel the contract if they can't do the job. Because stealing the money in this city is over. All eyes, everything has to stop. We are trying to move forward and we're trying to do better for our citizens. I'm overwhelmed with emails, just emails and emails, how the neglect. But it's the same faces that come all the time, and we give money with no problem. But Eric, I'm grateful and thankful that you're sitting in that seat. I met you about 2-3 years ago, and our conversation had nothing to do with this, but you're a man of integrity and character, and you're a man of business. So thank you for being on top of this. And we look forward to seeing these improvements and things that need to happen here in Memphis. For the Memphians here are taking in great consideration with our tax dollars. I yield. Dr. Eastern Thomas, you have the floor. Thank you. Is anyone else in the queue? Councilman Ford? You're good? Any other questions? Any other comments?
I'm just going to look forward to us going on some field trips and visiting all the libraries.
Looking forward to that.
In our community.
Any closing
Parks and Environment Committee to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And Committee Chair Warren.
Also present. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda today. The update on Over to Parks is going to be delayed until our next meeting, and I think we're going to be really happy when we hear that update. Item number one now is the update on the Orange Mound Splash Pad Super District 4, Super District 8, District 4, requested by our Chair, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Chair, you have the floor.
Yes, I wanted to get an update to see what we could do to almost get the splash pad replaced, because we haven't had an opportunity of consistent use. It's either the water's draining down the street or it's not spraying or however, but they deserve to be able to enjoy the splash pad, and it's out quite frequently. So what can we do about it? And whoever the contractor was or whoever we purchased this, system, we don't need to utilize them, because we've just really had a tremendous time. Not only with this one, but some other splash pads. So what's the update and what can we do about it to move forward?
You have the floor.
Good morning, Justice Bolden, Parks Director, 2599 Avery. Just to kind of just recap, so the Orange Mound Splash Pad did open on August 20th of 2022. At the time, it was a $1.2 million project. Just to kind of move along, there was some maintenance that Parks has performed over the years, including replacing the motor, as well as adding a recirculation system. So that was probably the biggest change. So when the splash pad was originally constructed, it didn't have one, but the recirculation system just allowed for reuse of the water there. And then moving forward into this summer, we were really focusing on reducing the number of closures, and we've done that, but it's not to our level of satisfaction that we're looking forward as we move forward. So we performed routine maintenance and also performed some maintenance alongside our contractors prior to the splash pad opening season. And we've also, as you mentioned, there was a couple of issues where we had some overflow, and we addressed that, and also we've identified a solution to it. However, our biggest thing was making sure that we could keep the splash pad operational during this season. Once we get to postseason, which essentially is around Labor Day, we have targeted some dates in the fall where we're going to perform some maintenance alongside the original vendor and contractor. So that's pretty much where we are right now. We've identified exactly what we want to do, and we've targeted some dates for some future work. And I do want to acknowledge that there has been maintenance issues with the splash pad in the past, but we really were focused this summer on reducing those as much as possible, and we've done that. But moving forward, we still want to perform that work in order to get it to next to nothing.
Okay, and at one time, the pool in Orange Mound was out and the splash pad simultaneously. Is that pool operational now?
Yeah, so the pool at Orange Mound Senior Center is operational.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the question I have, and I'll go to our queue, is it seems to me that this pad's 4 years old, and it sounds like we've been doing, major maintenance on this thing for, after 2 years. What is the normal process in these pads for maintenance, and is there any particular reason that this one got out so quickly, and it seems quickly to me? What's the story? Do you have any idea?
Marsha Allen, Deputy Director, Memphis Park. So a little bit of the challenge with this splash pad in particular, it was constructed in 45 days. We have learned a huge lesson from that. And so moving forward, we'll take our time with getting splash pads constructed and implemented with all the architecture. We were under real-time constraints, and so that one in particular was a 45-day construction process, and so that
What's the normal time limit?
The normal timeline is 180 days.
Okay, so I think that as council members, we probably learned that, sometimes speed is not necessarily best. Do we need to just take, I think your comment, your question, Madam Chair, initially is, does that just need to come out and be redone bring us back bring that back to us.
In the fall, we'll do a full assessment of it and go through the electrical, any of the motors and all the things that we have going on with this splash pad. And then we'll come back and let you know. But right now, we're looking at just making sure that everything is done properly with the electrical and motors and things like that. Director Bolden, anything else?
Okay, thank you. Listen, we have a couple people in the queue. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you are, my dear.
I'm not sure if this is, my question is going to be geared to something else because I'm just done with this 2-year thing with everything. It's just overwhelming with projects and maintenance. And so I want to ask you a question because this is a question that has been posed by the community in Fraser. Rodney Baber. Yes, that park there. There is some stuff going around. Of course, I get tagged in it about the restroom and not having a restroom. And if you can just give us some clarity on that and what it looks like, why there isn't a restroom, can there be a restroom? Is there anything in the future that possibly a restroom may be put on in that facility on those grounds? So could you just kind of, so the constituents and I can tag them back with your answer on record? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. So as it relates to Rodney Baber, it was a part of a multi-park project that was performed through the Shelby County Office of Sustainability. And also it was a part of a resiliency grant. So as a result of the project, there were several locations that received construction. It was really designed to address flood mitigation. And so that was Kennedy Park, Rodney Baber, as well as Alonzo Weaver Park. Upon the completion, it was always the understanding that parks would assume each of the projects, and if there were assets that weren't there following the flood mitigation, we would need to address it. And so we've heard from the community in Fraser in particular. This location is on James Road, and it's actually across from the Fraser Library. So similar to what we have at our many community centers throughout the city, there is a indoor bathroom that's within the vicinity of the park. But in most cases, what ends up happening, we have porta potties that are available for use. And let's say you decide to reserve one of the pavilions or whatnot, then that is made available. There's cleaning that's performed on a routine basis. And so customers or residents who are reserving a pavilion are allowed to do so. As it relates to putting a brick and mortar bathroom in, I mean, that would need to be an expenditure that we would have to plan for and go through the CIP process just like anything else. But ultimately, there's a cost associated with maintaining it. Certainly, there's safety and security that we have to address as well, but as well as custodial issues. So that would be my initial response to it, is if we were going to look to add a restroom building, we would need to factor that into future capital improvement.
Okay. Moving forward, could you give me some numbers, what that would look like? I want the pros and the cons of what possibly can happen and what may not be the best. And I would like to look at that and we review that and see what happens.
Yes.
Because we want to make sure that the community understands the reason why, or if we can or if we can't, or what the decision is why that bathroom isn't there. And as you just said, you know, the mitigation for flooding, there was some grant money that was done for, I think, 3 major parks, you said,
yes,
that happened, that took place. But, you know, that has been such a huge concern out there on James Road with that restroom, with the community really wanting it. So thank you for giving some insight on that. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next in our queue is Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming today. So in the previous presentation, there's an HVAC system that had been working properly, 2 years old. Now we're discussing a splash pad not working properly, 4 years old. My question is there any intersectionality between these two projects? Has it been the same vendor, contractor, anything in the process that are connected?
No, the vendor associated with the Orange Mound Splash Pad Water Odyssey, I believe we may have one others. Moving forward, Parks has actually gone with a different vendor for many of the newer splash pads that we've gone through, but there's no intersectionality between that and HVAC, no.
All right, thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman White, you have the floor.
Thank you. I thought Councilwoman Walker was about to go the direction that I was. Being that we do have these two, not whether there's any intersectionality, and we don't have to do it today, but I think that we keep kind of seeing things and we don't necessarily address kind of the underlying potential issues. What we may need to do is look into how these vendors are chosen. Because I don't know that necessarily, I don't know if the directors do it, if you all have qualified people, and not that you all aren't qualified, but I'm saying people who specialize in researching these things and determining, what should be there in terms of warranties and how to make sure that we're protected. I don't know if that should be legal, but I do think that we should take some time and review these different projects that we've had to replace and repair in these short periods of time and figure out what patterns we can determine and see what it is that needs to be set in place as a process, whether that's something that we need to do or whether that's something the administration needs to do, so that we can have some type of consistency of review to make sure that we don't ending up in the same trick bag. And then the second thing I had was there a project manager for this particular one? I know before we had a fee for a project manager on some of these splash pads that we approved previously. Was there a project manager on this one?
So first, I'll answer your first question. So this splash pad was bid out through the city's internal bid process, which does include design as well as review from procurement and the city's legal division. And then secondly, yes, there was a project manager who was assigned from Parks. So this was something where Parks did the design ultimately, and then we bid out the project. So. Yeah,
so Parks did the design, that's internally, but then there is a project manager that specializes in Parks type stuff?
Correct, yes. We have a Parks project manager. There are some cases where larger projects maybe that are outside of our scope, could have a project manager or project management services, but in this particular case it was, I think, Deputy Director Allen alluded to the vast time frame, back in 2022. And so, typically with the construction project of this nature, you're looking at 180 days, which is like 6 months. And so when you have a condensed time frame, there can be some issues.
That's so... That is an interesting explanation, because what I would say is if someone tells me, I think what I would think would happen is the project manager or whomever the expert is would say, look, you're going to have a not so good product if we do this in 45 days. We really need 180 days, and we need to do whatever we need to do. I don't know what time, where the time ramifications came from. I don't know if it was a part of some of the funds that had to be spent. I don't know if it was by way of something that we did. I don't know where this deadline came from of 45 days or why it had to be done in 45 days. So I can't speak to that. But what I'm saying is that what I think would happen is someone would say, you're going to have a product that's not going to work and not going to be sustainable, and you're going to have to keep working on it if we do it in this 45 days. Therefore, we recommend that you go ahead and do 180 days so that you can have the best possible product that will last. And so what I would request is that you all internally open up a ticket. And I think this is a good test project to go back and see, hey, what are our pitfalls here? What did we not do well that we need to do or look at in the future so that we don't have this kind of issue anymore? And I think that's the thing. Things are going to happen. A lot of this stuff is going to be trial and error. But the issue that I see ongoing is that we don't adjust. We monitor, but we don't ever come up with the proper adjustment. And so I just request that you all pull a ticket on it and go back and look at the project management notes, see what the project manager said, and maybe not use their project manager anymore. I don't know who that is, and I'm not saying that it's that particular project manager's fault, because I don't have enough information as I sit here right now to understand what happened. But I think now that we see that this is an issue, we do need to take a look at it and see how we not have it happen again.
Yeah, and then just to answer your question in terms of our process, so it is our process that the project manager would have a pre-construction meeting with the vendor and identify the timeline prior to issuing that notice to proceed. So in all of our projects, we are going to meet with the contractor, and then we're going to indicate whether it's a 120-day project or a 180-day, and then from that point, once it's agreed upon, then that's released. So that is the city's current process. So. But certainly we can go back and take a look.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next in our queue is Councilwoman.
Yeah, Chris Winton, representing the administration, 125 North Main. Just wanted to add here that concerns are heard, and I'll also be taking the analysis to look for the consistency across, and we'll bring that back to you. Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you have the cue.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I just wanted to echo and add support on my colleague, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, about the bathroom inquiry. I think that when I was talking with some other folks in Fraser, that one of the concerns was not just that it's at the park, but also the aligning the adjoining baseball field that's there. And usually when you do have a field of some sort, you get some type of place where you can use the restroom, wash your hands, kids are there. And our friends at Overton Park also have a good model for a bathroom that's outside, that's there at a park. So I think that, is there a way that we can get some sort of draft, write-up, mock budget of what option A, B, and C bathrooms look like over there? Like, where would they be? How much would it be? Not a, and Mr. Winton as well, not a, I don't think we're going to be able to do it. It costs this much. Just tell us what it is. I think Councilwoman Cooper Sutton would like to see that as well as us in the community too. So maybe we can come to some sort of compromise or solution where we can do something other than just porta potties. Because I know it's a grand opening this Friday. And I know there'll be porta potties. That's what happens there. But looking long term, is this something that we're able to possibly put in CIP? Is there money that miraculously comes up this fiscal year? Who knows? Like that happens. But I think if we get that on paper, then it's something that we can have a conversation about. So I don't know how long that takes. It's the 21st. Can I request and say a month? Or is it too long?
Councilwoman, that's a great question. I think adding to that, as you look to answer, I think we need to know how many of our parks don't have working bathrooms, not just this particular park.
None of them have bathrooms, do they?
Okay, yeah, some of them may not, So, I mean, we don't have that answer, so maybe come and bring that to us and then say, if we did this in every park, this is what it's going to cost us. And if we did it over 5 years, this is what it's going to be in the budget. If we did it over 2 years, this is what it would be in the budget. And so we can think. And if I took your question, Councilwoman,
now that's good,
I just
Dr.
want to let you know, great minds think alike.
The priority of this request is we want to see what a bathroom option would look like at Rodney Baber Park / baseball field. And then, in addition, Dr. Warren's request.
I think, yes, Councilwoman, I hear you. You can respond now. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, we can look at that, and then just echoing Councilwoman White's request, we would follow a design process. But yes, we can gather a scope of work, a future scope of work, and a cost. Yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Is that you good? Good, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. I see we triggered another question. Go ahead.
You did. When I'm always listening, it's always triggering. Thank you, Dr. Michael and Easter Thomas, for echoing that. I want to go back to Orange Mound. Since our babies don't have a splash pad, is there any other option? Like, I don't know what you call them because my baby's grown. They slide down and all that water be coming down, and the children.
So there's both a splash pad as well as a pool in Orange Mound.
No. While you are in the process of getting this taken care of, is it operable right
yes,
now?
Yes, it's operable.
Okay, so all that stuff is okay, because I didn't know if we needed to kind of think outside the box and put something there for the children. And Mr. Chris, thank you. What I want to hear more when you all sit in this seat from every department, it's always we can't do it, or there because we're just always going by A, B, C, D. We need some more innovation. We need some out of the thinking box, something more innovative. You know, it's always just like the bathroom when my colleague said what she said. Well, no, there's always some innovation. Well, let's think about this. Let's think about that. So let's try to do this. We got to be more innovative. This is the 21st. I mean, come on, we're moving. We're moving. And we can't sit in these seats and we are asking or desiring, or our constituents are desiring something more. And we just want to go by the book. No, ABC said we can't do this. ABC said we can't do that. No, we have to be more innovative. And we got to start thinking out of the box to move this wonderful, amazing city to the 20. We got to start doing that. And so I just can't, I'm just trying to wrap things around my head. I mean, I hear a lot of, when some things I'm just not going to say because, you know, I get in good trouble all the time. So some things I'm just not going to say. But we got to be more innovative, and we got to think how we can do things better. You know, she just said Overland Park. I mean, that's a model for a bathroom. It's a park. And so let's think. Let's start thinking ways we can do things better and be more advanced. More advanced. Thank you.
Chairwoman, you have the floor. Thank you, Councilwoman.
And while we're thinking outside of the box, next committee meeting, if you could give us an update on Mud Island. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because we're excited. We want to go across the bridge and see the Ferris wheel and the food trucks. And all that
With
good
no
stuff.
further
Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Chair White.
Present. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Warren. First, we have an update on the Liberty Park project, District 4, Super District 8, requested by Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've requested this especially after our on-site visit when we all got in the bus and rode the bus together. And I think there was some shared frustration about the lack of movement both by council members and the administration. So I just, much like when we saw no movement with the Sheraton, we started putting it on the agenda and things started moving. So I'm hopeful that we're going to get an update today that shows things are moving. If not, we'll just ask that it come back in like a month. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Cash.
Thank you so much, Director Cash. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Ashley Cash, Housing and Community Development Director, 170 North Main. And so I appreciate and also share y'all's frustration as it relates to Liberty Park. As it relates to the private development, I don't have an update to share right now. The construction is on hold. We are under negotiations for an amendment with Capstone. We have a development agreement with them, and we have a ground lease with them for hotel and multifamily. So we are in negotiation. That is within our legal division right now, kind of working with their attorneys on what that amendment could look like. We are having conversations with High Five to see how we can accelerate their development. Additionally, we're having some conversations with other entities that would be interested in coming there on a sooner schedule. And so we see the urgency as well. We know that private development is the major driver of the tourism development zone, which has debt service payments and, of course, other projects and activities that we want to do in Liberty Park. But right now, that's the development that I have to share. Not related to the private development, I do just want to add the Memphis Sports and Events Complex. It does still continue to perform well. It continues to have events each weekend. It's programmed, I think, until probably September when some of those events start to whittle down a little bit for season. The park and the Parks Department, they continue to work with Eastern Sports Management and our community to make sure that activities are happening. And then we're continuing on the beautification of the site. So outside of the private development, we're still working and things are accelerating and progressing there, but related to the development, that's the update that I have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you're recognized.
Thank you. There's a question that has been posed all morning since we've been here in council and committee. Is there a project manager assigned to this project?
So there was, their contract actually expired June 30th. And based on they have been our project manager for a number of years, I think at least 5, but I can't quote the exact number. I can look at that. They have been very helpful over the time period. I will share that they helped us get the TDZ set up. They helped us get ESM set up. They helped us with some of the early negotiations, and they continue to do that. But just based on the progress of the development, kind of where we are in our market, we have decided not to renew that agreement at this time. And so right now it's just being managed at the city level.
Okay. And so that's a concern. It's being managed now at the city level. So we have the right people in the right place managing this right now. Am I correct? Because what we don't want to see is what we've seen in our last couple committee meetings that are happening with project managers. Mm-hmm. And so making sure that you're getting the right communication, the right movement and traction. And I don't even think, did Councilwoman Green say something? She's the one that called for this meeting.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Just making sure that we got the right traction and we're moving, forward with this. They blowing me up. Okay.
I think if I can say something, I will say I think we're at a great opportunity and inflection point in the city. As you know, a couple of weeks ago, the mayor made there was some transition in the administration. Like I said, that previous project manager, who we appreciate their work, their contract did expire. And so we're just at a good point to evaluate. And then we're doing the amendment. So we're at a good point to evaluate what has happened so far, where we want to see, where we want to go, and what that time frame is. Okay. And really make sure we've got the right team in place and the roles are clearly identified to that team. So not a direct answer, but I think we're in a good place to really refocus, and make sure we're ready to give the city, what it needs.
What it needs, okay. I don't know who this would go directly to, and I know you a guru of all things. I always asking you questions. But I would like to have a list of all project managers and projects of departments of what's happening and where we are and estimated date. So I don't know where exactly to direct that to, but that is something that I would like to know who the project managers are, the projects that are outstanding, where we are, and how we're moving.
We can certainly provide that from HCD's perspective, and then I'd be happy to work with Chief Winston and Craig Hodge. Before I think it was Chief Zena left, he did put together like a list of projects from different divisions. And
yeah, I think we asked for this before. We'd never gotten it.
Okay.
So I'm going to request it again for the second time, and just hopefully we get it.
Okay.
Because that's very important, especially when these projects are going in our communities and people are excited about it, and then there is no traction and there's no movement. And so that's what we're looking for. So we can close the gap, as my colleagues say, Walker, close the gap of communication so we can keep people abreast of what's happening.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Just for, historical sake, how long have we been working on this private development for Liberty Park?
If you really want to go way back, it would be, it's around the 90s. I mean, we've been talking about the fairgrounds and redevelopment 3 housing directors or maybe 2 housing directors ago. And so it has been a consistent development opportunity and obstacle for the city. We had our TDZ approved in 2018. And so that's when the private development portion started. And the ground lease was approved, and I think development agreement was approved in, I believe it was 2024, kind of like the middle of 2024.
Okay, and so I'm not going to hold you accountable through your past directors or even back to almost a decade ago, but we are now at least 2 years into this project, really. And you mentioned debt service payments. Do you know how much we're paying in debt service?
We will be paying about $3.6 million in debt service each year.
And we've already done that.
We've paid, that may be a better question for Deputy Walker.
Yeah.
But we haven't paid the full 3.6 because we just got to that amount this year.
And so colleagues, again, that's multiple pennies on your property tax rate. You've mentioned that a lot of this is with legal right now, and I wish somebody was here from legal, but I think I am going to request that we come back in a month because I would like legal to come and talk to us as well, mostly because unless, maybe you can answer some of this too, if we have a timeline where we're going to make a decision. At some point, we're now 2 years in, I'm country, so we say fish or cut bait, right? So we've got to get off of working through a contract that's clearly not working and move on to something else. And I would like to know, when that deadline is, when we are actually going to say, let's just move on. I believe with High Five that is, separate and different, and we've had a presentation from them, and that timeline might be different, but I would really like to know, is this going to be something that we're going to be talking about for another 2 years? Or are we actually going to get something done in the next 2 years, since it's costing us $3.6 million? So I don't know if you have those answers today, or if we just, if I can request from the chair that we come back and do that as well. And I see Mr. Davis here too.
Art Davis, interim CFO. I wanted to address the bond payments that we've made. We started making those payments in 2022. It was 1.6 million at the beginning. We're up to 3.4, and this year it will be 3.6.
And thank you. And Councilwoman, we will certainly get with the administration and either be able to provide y'all with this information at the next meeting, or hopefully at the next meeting give you a time frame is when you can expect the decision to the city to move in that direction.
One quick question about the debt service payments.
about how much of that has been able to be covered by the TDZ, or has none of it been able to be covered by the TDZ?
814,000 has come in from the TDC, and we're anticipating 200,000 this year.
Wait a minute, you say that again?
814,000.
And that's over what period of time?
Since the first payment came in get my 2024, there was no payment in 2025 and 206 in 2026. And we're expecting about 200 again this year.
Okay, so overall though, but the 1.6 has been paid since 2022.
Well, the 1.6 was what was the paid the first year. The total expenditure has been $12,733,000.
Okay, so $12 million, and then the amount that has come in through the TDZ is $814,000.
That's correct.
So the other basically almost like 11.2 million has been from just the operating budget.
Well,
or from the fund balance.
It's come from the capitalized interest amount, which was 5.4 million. From the debt service reserve fund, there was 4.5. And then a small amount from interest earning, which was about 14,000, and 1.9 from the fund.
I think it'll be helpful for me for the next meeting to have those numbers like on a paper for us
Absolutely.
to be able to kind of review and see exactly how much has come in from the TDZ since it started, how much we've paid out in debt service, and then where exactly that money has come from. In addition to just really understanding where do we go at this point. Councilman Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I've been on the council now 6.5 years with Councilman Ford, and he can correct me if my memory's wrong, but I think this project's been going from the time I got on the council. Okay, and you know, the issue that we have is that we've got people who promised to come in and build things that haven't come in and built anything. So now we don't have any tax revenue coming from this property, and that's what's now we're having to make up for the TZD tax revenue that we should have had by not having people come through with what they said they were going to do. Now, admittedly, there have been all sorts of changes in the economy and interest rates and things like that that have affected people's business plans. But my question is, do we have an out, and can we rebid this stuff? Because it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. I think someone totaled up the amount of money that we paid for our contract manager, and it was in the millions of dollars when nothing was happening. So they were managing a project that wasn't going anywhere and nothing was happening, and we were paying them a lot of money every year to do that, which is why we're no longer paying them that money. Is that correct?
I would say partially correct. There has been work ongoing. There's been sewer repairs. There's been wayfinding. There's been...
So we've been doing the infrastructure work.
Right.
We've been paying to get ready for the people who are going to be doing this building.
Yes, sir, correct.
So the work that's been done is what we've done, not what the people we contracted with to do.
That is
Did the
correct.
contract manager manage our work?
They managed our work, and they managed negotiations on behalf of the city with the development group.
Okay, and what is our time frame to just tell them, thank you very much. You've had 6 years, 6.5 years, 8 years, whatever, and you haven't done it. We need to, we're moving on. We need plan B.
So I think that's what, yes, sir. So that is what, I believe that is what's under discussion with legal between our attorneys and their attorneys now. They are still under contract. They are in breach of 2028.
So they're in breach of contract.
But they're in breach of contract
Right
as of
now.
January, yeah. They're not delivering on what they said. And so that's what the negotiation is right
So
now.
if they're in
is what
breach
we
of
do.
contract, okay, does our legal department have the right to tell
And
them
let
they're in
me
breach?
raise my hand and say my word may not have been accurate for public consumption. I'm not an attorney, so I'm not going to say that they are in breach of contract, but there were milestones and deliverables that they were supposed to do as of January. They had not.
Okay, I think as a council, we need to know this. Okay, so what's going on is, you know, whatever's happening, it needs to happen. And if it's not happening, then, this is, we paid $12 million in interest, and that doesn't count the money that we put in for the infrastructure, right? That's different. So we add that on top, and we've gotten $800,000 worth coming out of our wonderful event center, which is actually doing what it said it was going to do. So we got part of this working. It's a good idea, and it really needs this other part to really get going all year round. So bring us back something, and maybe we don't need to wait a month. Maybe we should wait 2 weeks, Councilwoman Green. Thank you. I'm ready.
Thank you. But now we got some other members in the queue, but I do want to say this: is it possible for us to get, in addition to what I just asked for, because what I asked for focused on one part of it, and Councilman Warren just brought up a good point. There are other moving parts that we've spent money on. Can we get a summary of cost for this particular project in terms of project managers, in terms of what's been spent for infrastructure? How much has this total project cost, and what is it that we have benefited in terms of actual money?
Yes, we can provide that to you all.
Okay, thank you. Chairwoman Swearingen-Washington, you're recognized.
I think you all have hit all of my questions that I had on my list, so I yield the floor. That's exactly what I wanted to ask. How can we get out? How can we move on? Because we need a hotel on that site. We need a restaurant on that site. And it's just time to stop talking. So we definitely need legal to come next time and get everybody in the same room to see how we can move forward. But that would be helpful to have that chart in a reader-friendly format so that we can get that information. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, and I'm going to concur with Chairwoman Swearingen-Washington. I would suggest that we need to go to legal for some of the things that we're asking, as well, to get some clarity and to be more clear than putting Ashley on the spot like that. I think we need to go in a legal and as a process, things that you are not able to answer for us. And so I don't want to make it uncomfortable for you and put you in a position where you are just speculating and you can't give us accurate numbers and accurate of what we're going. Because Councilwoman Green has been on this for a minute, and we've been pushing and talking about this, but we need to know, but we don't want to put you in a bad spot. And you're spitting out things that is not in your lane. Okay? So thank you. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this might be a bit premature, but since we are here and we're discussing the possibility of moving forward with this project in another manner, when we connect with legal, can we also include the future moving forward, whatever the plan would be? Can we include the Coliseum? We need to double back and deal with that piece of property in whatever best way we can. And that's it. Don't forget about the Coliseum. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Walker. Any other members in the queue?
Can we have them come back in 2 weeks?
Yes. We will have this back on the agenda in 2 weeks with legal present. Thank you so much, Director Cash.
Thank you.
Next, we have a discussion on privately owned apartment management operations, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And as we make this transition, we'll have Councilwoman Cooper Sutton tell us what this presentation is about. Thank you.
Thank you. And who would be you? Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Transition. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. This presentation is, my ask is very alarming. I'm getting overwhelming phone calls about some apartments. They are over there off of Danny Thomas. They're brand new. I think they're maybe 2 years old, maybe 2 years old. And these are senior citizens that are living in these apartments. They're over there on Danny Thomas and G.E. Patterson. those foot homes. That's what I can remember. All of that. But there's some apartments that are there, that there are some senior citizens that live there. And I was called over there, and there are so many maintenance challenges that are over there for, I think, how old is that building? Do anyone knows how old those apartments are? They're not even 2 years old. How old are they? The ones on Danny, I think it's South City. Yeah, that's G. Patterson. It's where Foot Homes was. Those apartments over there. Are they 2 years old? Almost just one. The elevators are not working. The senior citizens that live over there have disabilities. The painting on the wall. They asked me to come take a tour, and it is deplorable. In 1 year, I don't know who owns it or what. Those are our constituents. They're senior citizens. What teeth do we have? What can we do to help them? Their cars are being towed away. I think I discussed this before. If they're over a line, and I have pictures, and there's no white lines they're seniors. Give me a break. What can we do to protect them and to help them? These are brand new apartments. And so this is overwhelming to me when I go over there, and it's like they need help. The apartment management person, I did get an opportunity to talk with one of them yesterday, because we looked at the lease. We went through the lease. And if they have 2 cars and the car is in someone else's name, but it's for a parent, like let's say there's a daughter and a son that lives, a daughter and a father lives. I'm just going to give you an example. And she buys the car for her dad, and the car is in her name, and he's on there as an additional driver for insurance. There is nothing in the contract that I read. I'm not an expert, but I can read and comprehend that they cannot have more than 1 or 2 vehicles, but their vehicles are being towed. What can we do to help them? We allow people to come out of town, and we do business with them, and then they treat our citizens, our senior citizens, like this. They don't have, their hands are handcuffed, and they're pleading for help. And what they're doing is they're moving out because of the stipulations and the conditions of these apartments. But the corporations that are out of town in St. Louis, that I think that they shared with me, the constituents, so they can't even get anybody to come and talk to them and to address their needs. This kind of business that we're doing here in Memphis is bad business for our citizens, and especially our senior citizens. Those are brand new apartments. What can we do to help them? These are they've paid their dues. They've given what they need to give to society. Only thing they want to do is live in their means, in their small income that they have, but live decently without any heartaches and mistreatment, and want to live in a decent apartment, something that's affordable, but also maintained. What can we do? What do we have that can help them? This is overwhelming. Not 1 apartment, but it's 2 that's sitting on that property that are brand new. And they have no recourse, and they have no help. And I'm just asking for some help for them. They're not coming down here. They say that they can't, they're not coming. What can we do? How can we help them?
And the problem that you outlined, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, is widespread, honestly, throughout the city. The presentation that we put together this morning actually gives a list of the properties, the multifamily complexes that we do have going through either a housing court process or a Neighborhood Preservation Act process, depending upon very many variables, depending upon the existence of specific violations, the occupancy rate, the ownership, just a plethora of variables related to that specific or each specific complex. The path to compliance for each complex is different. What you described definitely exists in other complexes throughout the city, and what we have adopted is an aggressive litigation process for these types of cases. But we first have to strategize and determine what works for each complex. So again, the path looks different for each of the complexes with the variables you just described. You know, the one next door, the one in another area of town may have the existence of, you know, again, different variables that need a different path to compliance. So our legal team has been very aggressive with strategizing and just making it make sense. So, you know, there's not an easy button that we can push for compliance because, again, these properties are privately owned. And in many cases, there is an associated or assigned management company that is responsible for the maintenance, and that's just not happening. So from our perspective in community enhancement, it has to be aggressive litigation, and it has to be strategic and specific litigation for that particular property.
All right, and then I just saw you all, when I drove over there to that apartment, there are mattresses that were just deplorable. And I think the Hill. Highland Hill. Thank you. I know that took some manpower, some overtime.
Yes, ma'am.
And some manpower. The pictures that I got and the pictures that I sent to you all, this is, I don't even understand how we got here. When I drove into the mattresses, the trash that they have to walk out, the smell is deplorable, horrible. And when I see 70 to 80-year-old people crying emotionally, trying to figure out black people that's living over there, trying to figure out what did they do to be treated like this, it infuriates me that we continue to do business in this city with these same people and these same corporations, and we get the same results. And I am livid when they're crying. When you got to, and I got to be strong and say, okay, yeah, we're gonna fix it.
Yes, ma'am, I agree. And
I yield.
So I see that we have Trey McKnight here from the Memphis Health Ed Board. We also have Director Cash. My question is, do you all communicate or have regular meetings about this? Because I know you're saying that you all have issues with it from the blight perspective, and then there's this litigation going on. But also from the Memphis Health Ed Board perspective, a lot of these complexes have pilots, and there are a lot of requirements that go with these pilots. So what kind of overlap do you all have in terms of the strategy building as to how to address these types of issues?
Yes, that's why we wanted Mr. McKnight to be here this morning, because we have developed a partnership with the Health and Ed Board. We saw very many instances where there are complexes who are getting pilots or just, any other sources of funding. And Mr. McKnight can speak to that better than I can. But we've been very successful, at least with 3 complexes that come to mind, for them to actually apply pressure, to give deadlines, to say, that you may be at a threat of losing these pilots or losing the funding if you're not coming into compliance. So that is a partnership that we've established that we're honestly very proud of. And at least 3 complexes come to mind, and he may know of more, that we've been able to communicate and just, again, apply that pressure from that perspective.
So tell me, will you all be coming to us with kind of, I don't know if it's something that you all need from us. Is this something that you all can work out and figure out without any additional resources or intervention from us? But I think that we all agree that this is a priority and has been a long issue that I was hoping that, at some point we would start kind of hearing some resolutions about, because I know that this was an issue even before I got on the council. And then when I got on the council, I started kind of attending the Memphis Health Ed Board meetings just to get an understanding of the oversight that happens with these apartment complexes. Because the other part of that is that a lot of these apartment complexes are also some of the issues that we have with crime. In terms of security, in terms of, drug deals and drug sales and gang activity, and all of those things are allowed to kind of breed in some of these apartment complexes.
Definitely.
So this should be one of our top priorities. And so if you all, maybe what we should do the same thing here is maybe continue to bring this back so that you all can continue to have discussions and pull in Director Cash as well, because she has experience in this area, in the background of it, and of course legal with the litigation, so that you all can get some regular updates. But I would love for you all to be meeting on a regular basis, putting your heads together. And I know that the Carpenters represent the Memphis Health Ed Board, pull them in as well to see how we can strategically fix what we got going on, but also see how we can better structure these pilot agreements so that we can have what we need in the future. Because I know that one issue has basically been that the way that you correct the bad behavior is you pull the pilot, and then once you pull the pilot, they say that we can't do affordable housing anymore. So now you're just stuck with just bad housing. And so I think there are ways around it, but now that we see some of those pitfalls, we've got to start correcting them by putting in the appropriate measures to protect the constituents. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo what both of you have said, especially Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Many of you may have recently seen the drone footage that came across the mayor's feed. That's because my legislative analyst and I were out delivering Meals on Wheels, and we were in these apartment complexes, and the trash bins there was like double the amount of trash next to them. But it turns out that's only what we could see from the land. And when they got in the drones, it was so much worse. And it's my understanding it took like 7 hours to clean it up. And to your point, Councilwoman White, when we were there were multiple apartments that were boarded up or with broken windows, with characters, I would say, hanging around outside in the middle of the day. And we were delivering meals to like a man in a wheelchair who he wouldn't have meals otherwise. So it is heartbreaking, and I know it is different than being in a lot of just residential neighborhoods where we can all drive by and see it. Had we not gone into that gated area to deliver that meal, we wouldn't have known what was back there. To call you guys. And I mean, thank you for everybody who spent hours and hours cleaning up tires and mattresses and diapers and whatever that trash was. But it had clearly been there for months. I mean, it was not a new phenomenon. That didn't happen overnight. So whatever we've got to do to be able to not rely on, like me and Summer driving through to get it to your attention, I would be in favor of. So as Councilwoman White said, whatever we need to do to help you, because those apartment complexes, that's not just like one family. It's multiple families that are affected by that. And we've got to do better by them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, you recognize.
Councilwoman Green, that was already on their radar. Am I mistaken?
Yes.
That's been on their radar for months. I went over there with a constituent who saw it. I wouldn't even let my dogs live over there. I wouldn't even let a stray one live over there. And so, thank you. And Summer, you put a little bit more fire under it, but they were working on it anyway because it was so horrendous. It looked like a third world country. If you ever been to a third world country to do any church ministry or anything, that's what it looked like over there. And they had to walk out. And we're okay constantly doing business the way we do business with people that treat our people, Memphis, the way they treat them. And then we don't have any teeth. And we have all these boards sitting here, All these pilots sitting here, and the people are constantly crying out over and over and over and over again. How many hours the manpower it took? How many hours?
At least 6 to 7 hours. There were heavy equipment operators.
I think every leadership person, I wish we had have gone over there just to see it, to see what they live like. Because, see, we go home to our nice houses and our garages, and we go home, but we do business with people that do not like us. And we constantly do business with them and constantly give them our taxpayers' dollars, and we constantly do it over and over and over and over again. And our constituents, these are our constituents. I live here. I've been here for 30 years. The infrastructure decay is embarrassing. But those people just say, why? What did we do to deserve this? And I can't give them an answer. I don't know. Previous administration, cut staffs, cut dollars. Previous administration. Now it falls on this administration to try to fix it and get it right, and then you beat us up. Are we not doing enough? Well, that's not true. Because we are, and we're doing the best that we can with what we have. But the people, they deserve to live better than what has been given to them here in this city. And these pilots, with no consequences, shame on us for allowing our people to live like this. And sitting in these boards and coming here and being reappointed and same recycling and nothing is happening and you all are working and the overtime dollars when they come for extra money and then we want to pitch a fit about it. Get boots on the ground and see what's happening other than in this room. Get boots on the ground because it's despicable. And that's just not the only apartment complex. It's some communities that looks exact the same way. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Anything else from you all? We'll make sure that this gets back on the agenda for a follow-up.
Okay.
Yeah, probably 2 weeks is probably too early for them to meet, but we would like in 2 weeks for at least the issue with that specific apartment complex and their cars being towed in the elevator for you all to work with Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Will do. Definitely.
Exit the doors and stuff. What's going to happen if something happens? Those are the things that they're sharing. Senior citizens, elderly, they got to think of a plan of an escape plan. They got to think of an escape route. So we got to think critically right now in the conditions that it's in. So they're critically thinking, and they giving me the answer. They sharp now. They got a way out. They should have.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
Already in place with those apartments.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want Edge and all them. I want to know what their plan is. I want to know what your plan is with these pilots and these slumlords that are operating out these apartments. I want to know every apartment. I think you said you have a list.
Yes, ma'am.
You can send that presentation with. Don't even want to see the presentation. Just send the list. Then I want to see what we have planned, innovated moving forward to hold people called accountable. Not our friends, but people accountable for treating Memphis and our constituents the way they've treated them. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, and thank you.
Thank you.
You all have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, too.
See
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton,
Present.
Councilman Warren, Chair White.
Present. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, Councilman Smiley.
So first we have appointment of Chief Financial Officer Art Davis with a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second? Got a motion from Councilman Ford and a second from Councilwoman Walker. We have the mayor here along with Mr. Art Davis. Welcome this morning. So great to see you all.
Great to see you as well.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, you may proceed.
Yes, I just wanted to introduce formally Mr. Art Davis, who we are recommending as Chief Financial Officer for the city. Art has been with us for a number of years, months in our Treasury Department, but I've known him for a number of years as he worked with MRPP and handled operations and finance there. Incredible leader, and have enjoyed working with him, and I'd humbly ask for you all to accept his appointment, and I'll allow him to say any words that he might have as well.
Thank you, Mayor. My resume, I think, speaks for itself. It says where I've been and what I've done, but the past isn't really what's important today. What's important today is what am I going to do moving forward? And so as the Chief Financial Officer, I will bring transparency, increase the financial structure of the building, of the division, as well as ensure that every dollar that is entrusted to us by the taxpayer is handled responsibly. My goal will be to support the mayor, the council, but most importantly, to support the citizens of Memphis. As the mayor said, in January, Memphis is rising, and I'm very excited to be a part of that. And with your approval, I am ready to get to work. I'm ready to do the work that is needed, and I just ask for your support.
Thank you so much. Any members in the queue? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. This will go down with a favorable recommendation with the request for same night minutes. All right. Mayor, were you about to say something else?
Oh, no. So I was going to move to the next one, but I'll let you introduce it. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, we have appointment of a Chief Administration Officer, Mr. Chris Winton, with the same request for same night minutes. We have a motion from Councilman Ford, second from Councilman Dr. Warren. You may proceed, Mayor.
All right. So I just wanted to introduce formally Chris Winton, who we are recommending as Chief Administrative Officer for the city of Memphis. Incredible leader, had a great career at FedEx and has served as their Chief HR Officer for the global company, and great asset to our city. I'm looking forward to working with him and seeing his leadership. Most importantly, I think that he's going to be great for our division directors as they look for leadership in terms of how to execute on some of the important things that I just heard you all talking about, things like blight and cross-functional coordination to make sure that we are executing for the residents of our city. And I feel confident that he's going to be able to help us do that. And so I'll turn to him to add any additional words.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for having me. I am a native Memphian, and I've been blessed with an incredible career that's had me travel across the world. And I can truly tell you there is no place like home. And so when I've had an opportunity to meet with many of you one-on-one, talk with constituents in our community, as well as meet with leaders here in City Hall, the common denominator is clear. There is a deep love for this city, and we can do more. The mayor challenged me to help deliver results and deliver more. And so with your support, I'm ready to do so. So I humbly ask for your support, and let's go make Memphis great.
Thank you very much. Are there any members in the queue? Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. This will go down with a favorable recommendation with the request for same 9 minutes. Next, thank you so much and welcome. We're glad to have you. Excited to see more. Next, we have appointments to the Airport Authority. We have Mrs. Belinda Anderson, Mrs. Pamela Cleary, and Mr. DeMar Roberts. We have Mrs. Belinda Anderson and Mr. Roberts joining us online, and they're here on the screen. And we have Ms. Cleary here with us. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Mayor, you may proceed.
All right. So
actually, I didn't do a motion. Did I do a motion on that? Thank you. Motion from Councilman Ford, second from Councilman Dr. Warren. Thank you. Mayor, you may proceed.
Thank you. As you all know, state law has recently been changed with regards to airports and appointments. And under the current structure with state law, the governor picks, I think, two. The Speaker of the House picks two, as well as the lieutenant governor. And so I have the opportunity to present to you all three candidates, three outstanding candidates, I might add, that have served this community very well for many years in a lot of different capacities, whether it's finance, the business sector, or working in logistics and things of that nature. These candidates, I think, bring what we need to continue the momentum that the airport has built. As you know, when you walk through the airport today, you see a dramatic shift from where it was just 10 years ago. And I think 10 years from now, you're going to see an even more dramatic shift with the work that I know they have underway. And so I present to you Ms. Belinda Anderson, Ms. Pamela Clary, and DeMar Roberts. They all bring great skill sets to the work, and I would humbly ask for your acceptance. I think we'll allow them to say a word or two and then turn it to you all. And I'll ask the executive director, Terry Blue, to say anything if he has something to add as well. But I'll first go to Pam Clary, if that's okay.
Good morning. Good morning. It's very nice to be here this morning. Thank you so much. As some of you may know, I am an existing board member that I am very pleased that the mayor has recommended me to be reappointed. I have, just as the previous gentleman, the CAO, has a great love for Memphis, which I also have, but I have a great love for the airport authority. I've been on there for the past 10 years, and we've done some tremendous things. As you all know, we did the terminal recently, and I think we can all be proud of that. Some people walk out and see that terminal and they say, oh, what things, great things Memphis is doing. And we have other great things that we hope to do in the next 5 to 10 years. So I would humbly ask that you all consider reappointment of my position. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll next have Mrs. Belinda Anderson.
Good morning, and good morning to the City Council. Thank you, each of you, for your consideration, and thank you for allowing me to speak virtually as my family vacation coincided with this appointment. I would also like to thank Mayor Young for the reappointment opportunity. If I am reappointed, it will certainly continue my full circle moment in my aviation career. As what began as a career as a young flight attendant, matriculated into managing the membership club. In that capacity, I was appointed as the lead liaison for Republic Airlines to work with the airport authority to build a new prototype airline club. I attended every construction meeting, team meeting, design meeting, selected the furniture and the art until the club was built. I still call that the club I built. Then I was appointed by Governor Phil Bredesen after I retired to the Tennessee Aeronautics Commission, where I work with the airport authority again to present to my fellow aeronautics commissioners many funding requests specifically for the World One-Way extension and the concourse extensions in A and C. Then the opportunity presented itself and I was appointed to the Memphis and Shelby County Airport Authority. We are currently overseeing our terminal modernization plan, as well as maintaining the airports, the runways, and all of our lease agreements. You never know or when or if you can circle back around to a point in time in your life, but here I am before you now, asking you to allow me to continue to be a voice for our community for this airport. I have served on many boards and committees, too many to name right now, but this board means the most to me. This board is reflective of the career work that I have done in the community that we all serve. This is a full circle opportunity. I hope you'll allow me to continue my path. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Anderson. Mr. Roberts, thank you for joining us as well. You may proceed.
Thank
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman, members of the Memphis City Council, Mayor Young, and everyone joining today. While I wish I could be there in person, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to join virtually, and thank you for the consideration of my appointment to the Memphis-Shelby County Airport Authority. I'm truly honored by the confidence that has been placed in me, and I do not take this opportunity lightly. As someone who travels the airport frequently for business and public service, I often say that I spend almost as much time at the Memphis International Airport as I do at home. Every time I travel through the airport, I leave encouraged by the progress that I see. Memphis International Airport is more than just a transportation hub. It is the front door to our city and a vital economic engine that connects Memphis to the nation and the world. Throughout my career, whether it's in private sector or through community service, I believe that strong organizations are built through collaboration, accountability, and thoughtful leadership. And those are the values that I will bring to the Airport Authority. If confirmed, I will work alongside my fellow commissioners and airport leadership to ensure that Memphis International Airport continues to grow, innovate, and create opportunities that benefit our community. I want to thank Mayor Young again for his confidence in me and for each member of this council for your service and for considering my appointment today. I respectfully ask for your support. If confirmed, I look forward to serving Memphis and the people of Memphis with integrity, humility, and a commitment to excellence. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roberts. We also have Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mayor and CEO of the airport for bringing these folks here. I just wanted to ask, in the spirit of the other appointments, can we also add them with same 9 minutes with no objection?
I apologize, Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. These actually, there is a request for same 9 minutes, so I'll make sure I do that motion and then the vote. Thank you for pointing that out. Any other members in the queue? Councilman Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
Yeah, I would like to ask the director a question after he has a statement. I just want to get in the queue for that.
And Director, you're recognized to make a statement.
Right.
Thank you so much for
Madam
joining us
Chair
this morning.
and council members. Terry Blue, President and CEO of the Memphis Shelby County Airport Authority at 2491 Winchester Road here in Memphis, Tennessee. First off, I would like to thank you for this opportunity. I'd also really like to thank Mayor Young for these outstanding appointments. As you know, it's really not possible to improve upon what he said, so I will just echo and that these really are excellent candidates. I've had the privilege of working with Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Clary for the last several years, and I'm really excited about the opportunity to work with impending Commissioner Roberts. As you know, the Memphis Shelby County Airport Authority is undertaking probably its largest project in its history, certainly in terms of present value dollars, $750 million plus. And we're going to, as the mayor said, transform the travel experience for this community over the course of this 6-year plus project. And the policy oversight and strategic direction that these commissioners will provide will be truly invaluable as we undertake this mega project. And I thank you very much for your consideration and would appreciate the confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say to each one of the candidates, and we still have our other appointments here, but to you all, thank you so much for your willingness to serve in these capacities. We know that they do take up, a significant amount of time, that they are positions that you lend your expertise to, and we're very, very grateful for these. And I agree that these are excellent appointments by the mayor, very thoughtful appointments in terms of background and experience. So thank you all for your willingness to serve. So I'm going to take us a step back. And so first I'm going to do the motion. Well, I guess we already did a motion to hear it. Let's all of those in favor of these appointments with going down with the request for same 9 minutes, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, and this will go down with a favorable recommendation with the request for same 9 minutes. Councilman Dr. Warren, was there something that you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that people are aware it was $758 million that's being invested in our airport. And where did those funds come from?
Madam Chair and Councilman, the funds are coming from a series of different pots of money. Some of it is internal capital funds. Some of it is coming from state funds, and some of it's coming from federal funds.
How much is coming from federal funds? Is the percentage? Is it like 75, 80%?
It's about 1/3 out of each of those three buckets.
1/3 out of each pot. Okay,
Yes.
so, interesting to know that we're still getting the benefits of the Biden Build Back Better money. Is that correct?
There is some money that's coming out of the IIJA bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And before we adjourn, I just want to, are there any other interns? I do want to point out a young man that has joined us today. A young man, Calvin Payne. Please stand up for just one moment. Calvin Payne has joined us. He is a rising senior at Westwood High School, and he decided that he wanted to come and shadow today and see us down here at City Council. Are there any other interns or young people that are here with us this morning? Okay, stand up for me. All right, what's your name? Welcome, Micaiah. Thank you so much for joining us. It is always a pleasure to have you. Oh, please introduce yourself. And tell us your where you are in school. And what about you? Thank you. Mr. Curry was not going to get up, I see. You all, this has been, okay. Welcome. I just want to say hats off to the mayor's administration, to the city council, to so many other groups this year. You all, we had young people working and shadowing in courts. I mean, I couldn't get through the courthouse because it was so many young people in attendance. The judges were accommodating in so many spaces, lawyers, but not only that, over here in City Hall, the mayor had a group. I mean, this has just been an amazing, Employ Memphis was phenomenal. This has been a great year for our young people in the city of Memphis, and it has just been amazing to see the opportunity that they have had this summer and them taking advantage of it. So thank you all so much. We hope that you all stay in touch with us and use us as a resource. Thank you all for letting me take that special point of privilege. And then Chairwoman Swearingen Washington, you wanted to say something.
Yes, well, we have you here today, and thank you for your service. How often do you coordinate and talk with TDOT as well as Public Works to make sure that that entire corridor around the airport is welcoming to our citizens and to our guests?
Madam Chair, Councilwoman, thank you. I believe you're speaking of Plow Boulevard, the
Yes, sir.
entrance road. So we coordinate with our partners at the city and the state quite frequently, and I'd especially like to thank Mayor Young and staff for the investment that's going on right now as we speak. There's some paving crews out there that are paving the road and really making it quite the experience. So to your point, we do coordinate quite frequently.
Okay, because in that area, it's like the pruning of the trees. There's often litter on Plow Boulevard, the grass needing to be cut. It seems as if those conversations need to take often more frequently.
Understood, Madam Councilwoman. We certainly will do so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And young people, if you all don't mind, and Mayor, if you have a moment, you all can, if you all want to step outside and maybe take a picture together, that would be awesome. And then y'all can come back in, and once we take a break, you all can take a picture with us too. Thank you all so much. You all have a great day. Thank you so much, Mrs. Anderson and Mr. Roberts. Safe travels to you both. This meeting is adjourned.
Moved by Warren. Seconded by Green. Someone from administration is supposed to. Darius, talk to us. Deputy Director. Hold on, get you together. Try now.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Council. We're going to talk to you guys today about a vehicle purchase that we've been working on. We've been talking about it a couple times, so I'll go through the slide, okay? Approval of finance lease to acquire solid waste equipment not to exceed $7.1 million. We're looking to purchase 3/4 ton pickup trucks, 14 32-yard packers, 4 walking floor trailers, and 3 wheel loaders. All this equipment will be used for collection. The purpose is to replace the aging solid waste fleet, improve collection reliability, support citywide operation. This is a debt service plan within FY27 solid waste fund budget, and the resolution includes required budget amendment for the lease financing. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Now, you know this ever inquisitive body got some questions.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Green, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So we've talked about these trucks incorporating cameras on them and using AI as they travel around the streets to help us identify blight and potholes. Will these trucks be equipped with that?
These trucks will be equipped with the Samsara camera, but we had to talk further in regards to the detection of blight and things of that nature and the potholes. That was a conversation that came up, but we do need to revisit that.
So is that happening on our trucks right now?
It's not happening in solid waste. I think it's happening.
Wait, you just wait till the light's green. You don't have to touch it again.
It's not happening in solid waste, but I think it's happening in other divisions.
Okay, but these will have cameras that could happen with.
It's a possibility, but these cameras here are pretty much for accident purposes, training purposes in the field, that type of nature.
Okay. Yeah, well, I think it'd be important for you all to have a conversation with IT and see if we can get, since we have the cameras, if there is a way to feed it into their system to go ahead and pre-identify blight, tires, et cetera, potholes, so that we have to wait till somebody calls 311.
Okay, we can definitely look into that.
Thank you.
Councilman Warren, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Besides maybe looking to see what that would cost us as we modernize these fleets, can you comment on what percentage of the fleet being replaced by this order would be? So we've got 100% of our fleet. We know we got to replace 50%, 70% over the next 3 years. What percentage of this purchase or this lease is going to be replaced that we really need to replace right now? So what's the percentage being replaced and how much do we still need to do?
Councilman Warren, we still have a lot of work to do in regards to replacing the fleet.
Such as how much? The work to do, I want us to have that sort of quantified, and I know you may not have that now, but I think as we make these agreements to do this, we'd like to have it quantified so we know if we're doing this, it's going to take us 30 years to get it done at this rate and it's never going to get done, or we've actually got a replacement plan where in 5 or 6 years, we're going to be up to date on our equipment, because I can tell you, you were not left when you took this job with a fleet that was up to date.
Yes, sir.
We know where you're coming from, but we need that sort of long-term planning thing, and how does this fit in?
Can you give me some time to get those numbers?
Yeah, sure. I just want you to know that as we're moving forward, that's something that's real important to bring to the council, because it's going to make us really want to help you buy even more, because now you got a plan to get it fixed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Cooper said.
Thank you, Chairman. To address what Councilwoman Green says, that's Public Works that has those cameras on their trucks that should be able to identify potholes and different things of that nature. And I don't know if you've talked with them to see what system and what program that it's a Google program. I found out when I was in Florida that Memphis was the talk of the display in Florida, saying that this is what we had. We had advanced in technology with IT on our trucks. And so my suggestion to you would get with Public Works, with Director Scott Morgan and Joy, and that program that they have with Google now that is existing and the equipment that they have now, instead of us spending a whole lot of money or looking for other contractors or see what is happening with them, because that program and those trucks should be identifying potholes. And if it's something that's already existing in the city, in the department, you should be able to coordinate with them and see how that works. Secondly, I know that we have a problem. There is a problem. I know that we're getting equipment, and I want to just make sure that I word it right. So I'm really thinking, because I came in on the presentation and when you were talking. We have a problem with trash being picked up, tagging issues, and so I want to know what's the solution moving forward for that. There should be a tagging. That's what you all explained to me, am I right? If something is left. If there's 2 to 3 to 4 bags, you all should be picking it up. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That is not happening. I need to know today, in 2026, what is the solution and the plan moving forward that will be executed that you all have discussed, and to make it better? Because once you leave 4 bags out there, you come back next week, how many more bags you got?
8.
How many more bags you got?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Okay, you understand? So, once again, I'm going to say this to you, and I thank you for all the hard work that you do. I thank you for every phone call you take when South Memphis, North Memphis, when the people in Super District 8-3 call me and they're disgusted because their garbage has not been picked up, because the bags are constantly growing and it's constantly piling and things aren't being tagged, which is the process that you all have in place. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is not being done. Am I right?
In regards to the bags, we don't tag the bags. The tagging that you're referring to is in regards to the code violation.
Yeah.
So that'll be.
But it's not being done. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Because I'm calling you with the same issues and with the same problems over and over and over again. So what I'm asking is, there needs to be a plan in place. If we need to contract somewhere else to help us get all this stuff here in order to help us speed us up, to get us to a place where we can manage, because right now it's unmanageable. It's unmanageable. And my constituents that I serve in Super District 8 are constantly having the same issues. I've been here for almost, 3 years? We're going on 4 years. Same thing, same request, same ask, same issues, same problems with no solution, and nothing has been executed. I know that we don't have enough staff. I know that we just got some new vehicles and things are going on. But we, at some point in this city, that we have to have a solution and we have to execute and not be afraid to execute and be aggressive with it. That's all I'm asking. Getting all this equipment and still a year or 2 from now, having the same problem, we need something in place now to execute and to make happen. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you, council members. Any other council member in the queue? All right, all those in favor, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Subpoena to the ayes have it. Take a point of personal privilege to recognize former Teamsters president and former county commissioner Sidney Chisholm. He's with us. Wave at the people, Mr. Chisholm. I know you make that cowboy head look good, brother. Let me get back on task. Council, before we see Commissioner Chisholm out there. Listen, yeah, it's a little dull in here. All right, I'm gonna get back. All right, get back. All right, item number 2, resolution authorizing execution of delivery and performance of finance and leasing in the amount of not exceeding $7,100,000 $1,000 relating to the acquisition of various solid waste vehicles and to approve certain other matters relating thereto. All council is sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Councilman Moses, second by Dr. Warren. Go.
That is the purchase of the 36 pieces of equipment that we talked about earlier, Chair, of the 7.1 million on the lease of the vehicles. We're asking council's approval and support on that purchase.
All right, any questions from this body? All right. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Subpoena ensure the ayes have it. Item number 3, resolution to accept. Is that better? All right. Resolution to accept and allocate surface transportation block grant funds in the amount of $581,840 in grant funds from Tennessee Department of Transportation for Memphis Airport Plow Boulevard Access Road Project PWs. You gonna praise them before I finish? Yes. All right. 80 good. Okay, PW 01109, District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes.
Second.
I blame me, because I started getting us off. Okay. Moved and seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. You know, we don't want to do it. Yeah. You know, you don't want to do anything. You don't want.
All right, so I guess this is week 3 or 4 for me. So it sounds like this is a very exciting project for the council. Yeah, we got some history. But yeah, this is, as you know, it's a project to redesign, reconstruct the Plow Boulevard interchange to relieve some of the congestion there. These are right-of-way funds that we're asking the council to accept to move this project.
I don't think you have any pushback from this body. But what I will say is, because I didn't do it, name, address.
Yes.
Because I was trying to figure out, respectfully.
Greg Dodson, Interim Director of Engineering, 125 North Main Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103.
All right, we good now. Any questions? Hallelujahs?
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Amen.
Y'all let interim director off easy. Y'all listen. We didn't even vote on it.
We need to vote.
All those in favor? Signify by saying hallelujah. I knew you was gonna say it. All right. Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it. Item number 4. I want to do that next. Presentation on reinvesting in Southwest Memphis. Proposed budget for $3,259,282 in data center tax revenue collected during FY 2026, District 6, Super District 8, requested by the administration. Mayor Young, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. Really excited about this presentation. As you all know, there's been a lot of conversation about this project in our community. And as a city, I think that we should be proud in terms of the administration and council, because we passed something like the community benefit ordinance, where there are cities all across the country that are studying what we did to try to figure out how do we maximize the financial impact of these projects in the communities that are most adjacent. And that's what you have today. There's 25% of this tax revenue from FY 26. And I want to be clear, we're talking about FY 26, the year that just closed. We held off on presenting this because, as you all know, there was a committee that was established that was studying how to use the dollars for FY 27. And so we wanted to make sure there was not confusion. So we are bringing forward FY 26 now. FY 27 we will bring forth in October after we've received the revenues from the taxes that are paid. But the one thing that I wanted to point out today is that 25% of this revenue, $3.2 million, is going to be spent within a 5-mile radius of the property that was active during that time. And this was just the first phase. So this is just for 38109. the 5-mile radius around that facility. It does not include the Whitehaven facility in FY26. FY27 will. So I wanted to make sure that you all heard that clearly. Last thing I will say, because I'm going to turn this over to Renee Sikander, our Deputy Chief of Staff. She's going to give this presentation. But we also have some residents from the community that gave us a lot of feedback during this process. I'd ask for them to please stand. If you came from the neighborhood representing this community today, will you please stand? I just wanted to make sure that you see these representatives here. And they've given a lot of critical feedback and really excited about this work. So I'm going to turn it over to Renee Sikander from here.
All right. Hello, everyone. Renee Sikander, 125 North Main. And I am here to walk everyone through the Community Benefits Fund. This is where the administration is proposing that we go, and also how we will be accountable to every dollar. Do we have a clicker? Oh, someone's clicking. Awesome. All right. Thanks, Jonathan. All right. So let's start talking about where this fund comes from. So this fund comes from the property tax revenue that was collected during fiscal year 2026 from the AI facility that is located on Paul R. Lowry Road. This is only FY26 funding and revenue, as the mayor stated. FY27 is not included in this ask. Every dollar must be spent within investment zone 1 that you all can see on the map that is identified in blue. It is the big blue circle that you see on the right of the screen. And it covers a 5-mile radius around the XAI facility. That 5-mile radius is in blue, but also the 38109 zip code is identified in red. So it does cover a majority of 38109, but not all of 38109. You also know that there is an ordinance that requires a minimum of 1% of this revenue to go towards environmental education. And you will see this afternoon that we are recommending roughly 3 times that minimum based on what we are hearing from the community. We are also generating a searchable GIS mapping tool so that residents can easily enter their address and see whether or not they reside within the zone, specifically zone 1. Next slide. So Ordinance 5953 sets really strict boundaries and parameters on how this money can be spent. It can be spent on public buildings, infrastructure in the surrounding area, economic development, general welfare of residents in the zone, and grants to government and nonprofit partners. And every single one of the 9 categories that you'll see this afternoon fits squarely within that authority. Next slide. So before we walk through each of the programs, I wanted to give just a full picture of how we came up with the allocation of funding. So as it was previously mentioned, we took recommendations from the Public Advisory Board, as well as a survey that was conducted between the months of July 2025 and May 2026. 74% of the survey takers were from 38109. And so from the survey and from the Public Advisory Board recommendations, we saw that the top priority was home repair and weatherization. This was the #1 priority that people stated on the survey. The second was public safety and crime prevention. Third was road repairs and infrastructure. Fourth was blight remediation. Fifth was parks and community centers. 6 was youth programming. 7 was community cleanups. 8 was food pantries and food access. And 9 was grants to nonprofits. I'll also add that the survey asked if there was a topic or priority that was not listed on the survey, and if it was not listed, what would be their recommendation for the funding and their priority for the funding. Within those open-ended questions, the 5 top responses were concerns around air quality and environmental concerns, jobs and economic development, utilities and direct financial relief, senior services, and public transit. So we are talking about $3,259,282. And I wanted to first lead with the overall breakdown of those funding buckets before we actually go into the programs themselves. So we have proposed an allocation of $1.4 million for the home repair program, $500,000 for the paid community cleanup workforce program, $400,000 for grants for safety and community-based initiatives, $330,000 for demolition and board up of vacant properties, $334,282 for the removal of litter, debris, and illegal dumping, $100,000 for environmental education, $75,000 to Memphis City Beautiful, $100,000 for environmental testing and reporting, as well as $20,000 for cooling device distribution, bringing us to a total of $3,259,282. So we are organizing this funding allocation in two categories, starting with cleaning up and community. On the cleaning up side, we have illegal dumping and debris removal, demolition, a paid community cleanup workforce program, Memphis City Beautiful. And on the community side, we have a home repair program, the device distribution, grant programming for public safety and community-based initiatives, environmental monitoring and reporting, as well as environmental education. Starting with the first program that has the most significant funding allocation with $1.4 million towards home repair assistance. This is the single largest investment because it does the most for families. Eligible homeowners would be able to receive up to $30,000 for critical repairs like roofs, HVACs, accessibility modifications like ramps and grab bars, and weatherization. It is structured as a zero-interest loan, fully forgiven after 5 years of continued residence. So families are not taking on some new debt, they're actually building equity into staying in their homes. This is really important to us because we know that there are over 11,000 homes in 38109 that were built before the year 1960. And so being able to repair these homes through our home repair program, we think will be essential. And it was the #1 most requested funding source for this allocation. All right. For our paid community cleanup workforce program, we are very excited about this. $500,000 will go towards paying residents directly to clean Zone 1. This gives the community the opportunity to be paid to improve their own neighborhoods, litter removal, beautification, maintenance of our public spaces, mitigation of illegal dumping, and roughly 80 to 85% of this goes straight to worker wages and stipends, and then the rest going towards program management and administration. This is dignity and it is income that is put directly into the hands of people who are going to be supporting Zone 1. For our grant program, this one we are allocating $400,000 to support a variety of non-governmental efforts underway to improve the community. Things like violence prevention, youth mentoring, after-school programs, workforce development, mental health services, re-entry support, and food assistance. This is a location-specific pool carved from our Safer Communities program, so we are not reinventing a wheel. We are utilizing a program that already exists and expanding it to include those community-based initiatives. This will be housed in our Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. And additionally, I want to add that there is a very rigorous and established vetting process that each organization that applies for funding would need to go to make sure that we are accountable to those funds and ensure that they have the most tangible impact within Zone 1. All right, we want to allocate $330,000 to tackling the backlog of vacant and dangerous properties, both residential and commercial, that need to be boarded up or demolished. We currently have about 40 vacant properties in the zone, including 7 commercial, that have already gone through the condemnation process. And this would allow us to increase the work that is already underway. And it means that we can have faster results that residents can actually see. For illegal dumping and debris removal, we are allocating $334,282 to clean up litter, debris, and illegal dumping. And this directly impacts people's health, safety, and quality of life. This builds on our Blight Zero corridor cleanups And it's not just cleaning up, it's also about prevention. We don't want to spend these dollars cleaning up for it to maintain the issue and continue to be an illegal dump site. So you can see in the use of funds some of the different ways that we want to be proactive, ensuring that once it's cleaned up, it stays cleaned up. And so some of the funding would go towards monitoring of the illegal dump sites, including procurement of site cameras, as well as the procurement and installation of garbage receptacles and new trash cans. Memphis City Beautiful, we want to allocate $75,000 to expand the volunteer and community beautification activities and encourage residents to take pride in ownership of their communities. This is about giving residents who want to lead cleanup efforts the tools to be able to do it. This funding would go towards not only executing more cleanups in the area, but also the procurement of additional cleanup tools specifically for Zone 1 residents to utilize and be able to execute more cleanups. And we're almost finished here. Cooling and air quality devices, we are allocating $20,000 to provide immediate cooling relief for the area. This would be prioritized for families with young children or people who have physical, mental, or developmental challenges that impact their ability to regulate body temperature and or leave home to seek a cooler environment. This would include window air conditioners with installation, box fans, HVAC filters, and air purifiers. This should not be mistaken for actual HVAC systems, which can also be included in our home repair program with the allocation of $1.4 million. And lastly, environmental education and air quality monitoring. As I mentioned earlier, there's an ordinance that requires that we spend 1% of this funding on environmental education. The mayor has required that we spend 3 times that amount on environmental education based on the feedback that we're hearing from community. Our education efforts would be housed in Memphis libraries and would help residents understand the reports on local air quality, as well as addressing topics such as current threats to the environment, potential impacts of environmental hazards on public health, and also empowering the community in order to be able to take some of the initiative to better weatherize homes. One of our plans is to give away weatherization starter kits as well through our education program. And then for air quality monitoring, we have proposed an allocation of $100,000. We would work with a third-party private entity to be able to do 3 months of continuous air quality in different areas throughout the city. This would be able to be monitored, and the administration would then be able to be transparent about the results that come through from that testing. And to wrap it all together, we have all of our different programs with the proposed allocation amounts totaling $3,259,282. And with that, that concludes my portion of the presentation. I will turn it back to Mayor Young if he wants to add any closing comments or you all have any questions for us.
Councilwoman Green. And Councilwoman Lisa.
Yeah, I have a few questions. The total amount, can you go back to that last slide? The total amount I believe we got from the tax revenue from XAI was closer to 16 million. So a quarter of that would be
So this is FY26. It's FY26.
I know, I'm only talking about FY26.
It was $13 million, and it was 25%, and this is the number, 3.2.
When we had the recommendations from the Community Advisory Board, the one that I've heard in the community and that was actually listed in that resolution was addressing community health and healthcare access. That's not on any of these projects or on any of your list of priorities. They specifically asked for grant funding to be able to help pay for medicine or asthma supplies, to be able to help set up, routine checkups. So I see a lot going into cleanup and projects that it looks like we're already doing / supposed to be doing. To the tune, like if I added it up right, it's over $1 million between all the cleanups in this. And so I'm wondering between that and also that $400,000 for the joint office, I'm not real clear about exactly what that's going to. That's not really listed out. But so we have $1.5 million here of things I feel like we're already supposed to be doing, but nothing going towards a very specific ask and concern of this community. So can you help explain that?
Yeah. The dollars that you said are going into things that we're already supposed to be doing. We just spent, or you all just spent a lot of time talking about some of the deficiencies we have in service across the board, across the city. And the whole goal was to intensify our presence in this community doing the things that they have requested. And blight remediation is a very big part of it. So that's the justification for why so much is going there. With regards to the healthcare, that would have to come through a third-party entity that is providing that service. So if there are nonprofits that want to provide that service, they are eligible to apply out of that $400,000 pool that is administered by the Joint Office of Neighborhood Safety. We needed an office that already had an established process to use their process to make those funds available to the entities that want to apply for funds in that community. But the eligibility requirements are expanded for this specific portion of money such that it could apply to the healthcare service needs that you just identified.
Yeah, when we had folks down here, it was probably a month ago now that we're talking about this. There was a lot of talk about the home repair and weatherization, and then there was talk about healthcare concerns. And while I appreciate the blight remediation and speeding it up, again, it looks like over a third of it, of these funds are going to that. And part, I guess, of $400,000, if they apply and if you get approved, can be going to the healthcare concerns. I would just like to see a better balance because, again, the numerous times I have talked to this community about this is the thing I hear about a lot, is the healthcare concerns, and I just don't see it being addressed in a concrete way, whether it is a set aside even of that $400,000, of more than $400,000, but specifically to work with nonprofits for healthcare grants, for healthcare education. So, or, partnering with the health department. The other thing I would say is I double checked this last night just to make sure in the testing and reporting, the healthcare department, the Shelby County Healthcare Department already has air quality testing going, and MCAP also has invested hundreds of thousands in their own independent air quality testing. So I think we should maybe reassess whether we need the funds to go to that or if that's a duplicative of efforts that are already taking place. I'm not 100% clear either, Chair, if this is just they're telling us how they're spending it or if we still have any input. But I'm giving you my input as somebody who's talked to people in the community, and I hope you will consider it. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I mean, you all are approving the allocation of these dollars to these budget line items right now.
Well, it just says a presentation.
Not today. It's a presentation today.
Yeah. Okay.
There's nothing for us to vote on. So.
Okay, so I hope as we start this conversation, maybe there can be some adjustments made so that we can address some of these issues, and I'm happy to work more closely with you. Thank you, Chair.
Easter Thomas Met.
Thank you, Chair. Mary, you were going into what was going to be my question. If you could just walk us through exactly what are the steps to go from this presentation to these things happening and like our role in it. Do we get to see anything later on before next fiscal year before we vote again? Are these like set in stone for each year? Do they get to decide years. So like what's our role? And I guess kind of just walk through a brief overview timeline of how we're supposed to move.
So you will have a resolution that will come before you that essentially will lay out what you see here. And once you approve it, then these activities will be codified in the budget, and we can go ahead and push go forward on it. We're going to bring forth a similar resolution for FY27. As we noted, that won't happen until after October, when we've gotten the receipts from the property tax revenues, but we'll do something similar. So this year we waited. I mean, for FY26, we waited, obviously, because we wanted to go through the process and the group that the council had established. But now that we have gotten that feedback and we've done the surveys, we will be ready to roll.
And what do the zones mean?
The zones really apply to the specific projects. There's two projects that are a part of this ordinance right now. The first zone is Colossus 1, and that's Paul Larry Road, and the other one is
They're
Zone 2.
geographic. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Councilwoman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. To get some clarity, just to make sure we understand, and I talked to the community members are sitting out there. So this is what they have talked about. This is what they say they want. The question was about, and I think I heard Councilwoman Green say something about the blight and all of that stuff. Yes, the city is responsible for it, but I think this is putting some speed up to it. And not only that, just some clarity, just to make sure I understand that this money will go into their pockets for cleaning the blight. This will be money that they will see, not just to be paid to anyone else, but this will go back into the community. Did I hear that correctly?
I think what you heard is, yes, this is going to be spent in this community specifically, only. There was one portion of the program where she talked about the community-based workforce, where they would have an opportunity to apply to work and clean up
That
in that
community only.
Exactly.
And now these funds, this property fund, these monies allocated will go back into the community, right, to them.
Correct.
Okay. Now I want to just get a very clear understanding about the health part of it. That was a big talk when we had our ad hoc committee, and we understood that. But there are some legal things I think that we had to be careful about as far as the health part. And that is very important. When you get through looking at $3 million compared to my health and compared to their health and what they've been dealing with for over decades, all of it is priority and very important. And so I think I just talked to Miss Marilyn. That was Miss, yeah, she's a constituent. She's been in it from the beginning to the end, and she's still here. And that is important to them, their health. And I think we need to look at the legal part of it as far as a city as establishing some type of protocol. And I think I did talk with Chief about that, because what we don't want to do is step over our barriers, because there's some legal stuff that really is, involved in that. And I think we're working those things out, because the health part is very important, and that will be addressed. And that was one of the things that we talked about in the ad hoc. And so I don't want anyone on this diocese to think that was not addressed, because it was addressed. And it's very important. But however, there are legals, and your attorneys that are up here, y'all know there's legal boundaries that we got to look and to respect. And we want to make sure that we stay within the guidelines. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Can I add briefly
to
respond?
Go ahead.
Fabulous. Thank you so much for that, Councilwoman. I wanted to also add that we definitely factored in health concerns in multiple line items that aren't specifically labeled healthcare or environment. So home repairs is one of the things that is a big contributor to indoor air quality. Lead, exactly. And so when we are able to dedicate $1.4 million to our home repair programs, that also includes actually fixing the underlying issue for a lot of folks who do suffer from asthma. And so one of our goals is to make sure that we're making long-term investments so that we can see this money grow and actually have tangible impacts long term on community members.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all for coming today. You know I'm excited. I want to start with this morning, and I'm not going long. I want to start with this morning. So President McGowan, who is actually here with us now, but they had a presentation on battery storage. And I'm just really excited about that. I know we got a ways to go with the solar, but that is just really progressive. When you talk about clean energy, clean, green, sustainability, we are on the right path with that. And along with this plan, this presentation, this is the same path that we're on. So we're having a very green day today, and I love it. Moving forward, as far as the health care need versus the blight, the cleanup. So Zone 1, this zone, as you called it, Zone 1, the first property, that's in his district. Zone 2 is in my district. And that southwest corridor, I can make this point several ways, but that southwest corridor, the portion that touches state line, people drive up, not just Memphians dumping things in Memphis, but that corridor, and I can testify going east on my district, going down state line, people from DeSoto County, they bringing their stuff up here too. And there are a lot of ways I can make the point of it's really needed, but it's really needed. And our community members, thank you all so much for coming. I know a lot of you all are over on that end, you know, Westwood and Coeur Lake, and they're coming from Mississippi. Anyway. So with that, I'll close. Thank you. I think this is great, and we are having a very green day, and I love it.
All right. It appears that our hearts and minds are clear. Thank you for the presentation. We look forward to getting the resolution in on time and seeing what happens when the council gets their hands on it. Thank you so much. Look forward to seeing you back. All right, item number 5. Presentation from Dr. Brian Waldron at the University of Memphis Center for Applied Science and Engineering Research. Archive study, all council dishes requested by the administration. Doc, come on down. And team. Doc and President McGowan. I guess you doctor too. Dr. President Doug McGowan of the University of MLGW. All right. Go ahead. I don't know who's presenting.
Doug McGowan, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, 220 South Main. If we go to the next slide. Dr. Waldron is going to give you a lot of very detailed information about the study. That's what we're paying him to do. But before that, I wanted to give you some top-level information just for your consideration. At Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, we understand that this is our groundwater. It's our responsibility to be good stewards and to lead the way like we have since 1939. And it's our job, and this study is part of it, to protect this groundwater for generations to come. We provide exceptional water, and we do that every day at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. It's the best drinking water in the country, and that's the EPA saying so. We test it more than 40,000 times a year to make sure that we keep it that way. Part of the way that we do that is with science-informed information. In 2018, together with the city, MLGW commissioned this study that was done by Caesar at the University of Memphis. We also use USGS data, and we use that information to determine how we protect the drinking water. And our primary focus is to prevent contamination at the source from reaching our drinking water. As you all know, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, we didn't always dispose of things the way we should have. There was a lot of things just dumped on the ground. Since our source of water comes from rainwater that trickles down through the ground into our Ultimately, in our aquifer, we want to make sure that we don't pull those contaminants into the ground. That's why we're doing this. And we have much better insights because of this study. We have much better insights because of USGS, and we use a limited number of samples to make broader inferences about how this aquifer behaves. One thing that many people don't know is that since the year 2000 to today, MLGW is delivering 31.6% less water than we did in the year 2000. Why is that? Number one, energy efficient appliances. Number two, low flow toilets and shower heads. Conservation has been the order of the day for many years, and this despite the fact that we have 10,000 more water customers than we had in the year 2000. And this is all in. This includes TVA, the data centers, and everybody. So 31.6, let me put that in real terms for you. Today, we deliver about 100 million gallons of water to all of our customers per day. In the year 2000, we delivered 137 million gallons of water to our customers per day. So the USGS has confirmed, Dr. Walder will tell you, today our aquifer is healthy, it is bountiful. We want to keep it that way. Part of that is because of reduced pumping. That does not mean there are not threats that we have to worry about in certain areas, because that's what we're studying. But the groundwater is recharging naturally, it is staying level. That is not true in every area of the 8 states, as Dr. Waldron can tell you. In some of the upper aquifers, agriculture has a heavy draw, and we should pay attention to what's happening up there, because if those aquifers run out, the next target will be the Memphis sands, and that's the one we want to protect. So hopefully this is helpful to give you some context that we have to continue to pay attention. But today, we are managing very well. We are pumping less than we have historically, and we're thankful that we have these new tools that will help us protect this for generations to come. So I will now let the science begin. That was the very top level, but Dr. Walter's going to give you the science that he is looking at. So thank you all. And today this study is funded, by the way, from the city of Memphis through some ARPA funds and MLGW through a 1% on our water rates. That's how this study is being funded. So just so you're aware.
Thank you very much. I'm Brian Waldron. I'm with the University of Memphis, 9063 South Wilderwood Lane, 38016. My wife works for the Army Corps, and she recently returned from a low water conference in California. And there was a lady there at the conference who lives in Corpus Christi, Texas, and they get their water out of a reservoir. That reservoir has 6% water remaining. And when she boils her potatoes and eggs, as she was saying, she puts the water off to the side to cool so she can water plants on the inside and outside of the house. So we are very blessed to have an abundance of high quality water beneath our feet, and our job is to be proactive, which we are, in protecting it. Next slide. Just to give context again, our aquifers are kind of like a pancake layer. The Memphis aquifer is the largest of those. The thickest is highlighted in yellow. Above that is the shallow aquifer, which we'll talk about, and there's a gray thing in between, which is clay, which, if you remember from art class, it's hard for water to get through clay. We do touch the fork pillow down below, but very little. Next slide. We started this study, and back in the 1980s, we believed or found that there were holes in this protective clay layer. We call them breaches. Next. And what happens is, due to activity since the early 1900s, when Memphis was starting, some of that potential pollution could penetrate through the breach in the clay and enter into our Memphis aquifer. But from our last study in 2018, we did an aerial survey in North Shelby County, which highlighted the fact that there could be, next, 70 to 100 breaches in the clay. We started with 7, now we're looking at 70 to 100. And what that means is that there are many more avenues for contaminants to potentially bypass the protective nature of that clay and get into our drinking water supply. That is a critical concern. Therefore, our main goal of these studies is to protect the health of the aquifer, protect the production well, and if you protect that, you also protect the well fields. Next. Currently, on the new study, which started in 2023, we're receiving funds from the city of Memphis through ARPA and MLGW. Being a university, we're students. So we have doctoral students that are working on their studies. They typically do 2 to 3 projects in their research. Up here are 28 listed focus areas that they're looking at, from geochemistry to subsurface mapping to numerical modeling to characterization. We're looking at adding 7 more focus areas this coming fall to close out the remainder of students on this effort. Next. So getting into some of the science, one of the critical drivers for understanding groundwater flow is what we call hydraulic conductivity. It's a big word, but it just means how fast does the water move through the soil. On the upper figures on the left, you'll see in sand and gravel, you would imagine water moving quickly. But on the right side, where there's clay and silt, it's just going to move slowly. That would be our confining clay. So understanding conductivity is very important. If we know where the water's going, guess what rides with the water? Contaminants. So it's a dual benefit. We had a study back in 2005 where we looked at 122 measurements by the U.S. Geological Surveys. There are certain standards that you follow when you run these tests. They were not followed. They were in agreement. Only 23 tests represented hydraulic conductivity, only 7 in the Memphis aquifer. So you think of Shelby County, you only got 7 data points. That's not a lot. In the last study, we did 9 more tests in 5 well fields. We've expanded that in the current study. MLGW is a treasure trove of information. They have records on all their wells back to the first one being put in. We found 1,500 measurements on storage yield, which we can use to get hydraulic conductivity. But even better, when MLGW is drilling a test well or when they're drilling a production well, we have people on the ground with baggies collecting sediment that we'll take those back to the lab and get actual measurements. We've collected 1,300 samples so far. We're only in year 3. It's a 5-year study. So we're getting a really good handle on this value. Next. Compartmentalization. This is a newbie. Whenever we've talked before to you or to the public, we've always kind of characterized the Memphis aquifer as a giant thing of sand, 750 feet of sand, but it's not. There's some clay layers in there, and there's also some faulting, and that can compartmentalize the aquifer. In the first study, we had a student run an investigation as to where could MLGW put its wells to avoid contamination through the year 2050. And pretty much the storyline was put every well deep, and if you have to, go to the Fort Pillow, the deeper aquifer. Compartmentalization will allow MLGW to pull those wells higher up into the aquifer, costing less. Next. So there are clay layers in the Memphis aquifer, and if you think about that diagram of water moving slowly through clay, if we can identify these clay lenses in the Memphis aquifer, you can put a well right below that and gain protection from contamination. We're trying to find those clays. One of them is substantial. It's a Zilpha clay. And in order to correlate that across the county, we have to fingerprint it. So we're using geochemistry. We're looking at the mineralization, but also pollen when it was deposited. So we can actually fingerprint this clay. Next. Stressor complexity. That clay layer that we talk about that has breaches in it, for all the years that it's ever been studied, it was treated as one giant layer, but it's actually comprised of 2 formations. One of them has sand. So if you think about how you would combine all that into one giant clay layer, that's a big, thick thing of clay. But if the reality is that there's a big portion of sand in that clay, it should not be part of the calculation. We've actually gone through and reduced the average reduction of the clay thickness by 19 feet, and in one location, the clay reduced by 100 feet. Also running this process, we've identified 13 potential breaches just by running this analysis. I'll make a special note, the figure in the bottom middle is a software package. It's an oil and gas software package called Petrel. It's $3 million. That was not a cost to the taxpayer or the sponsors, because being a university, we get this software for free because they want students to learn it. That is one another advantage of working with the university, is that we get a lot of educational software for free because companies want students learning this software. So next. The secondary source of recharge to the Memphis aquifer, yes, it does happen out east in Fayette County and eastern Shelby County, but because of all those breaches in the clay, it's also the shallow aquifer, the one above. Now, the shallow aquifer is not protected by clay. It is exposed, and therefore it can be and is contaminated in local places. So knowing how that aquifer can leak water through the protective clay and into the Memphis aquifer is very critical, because that's where the contamination is going to come from. So we need to understand that. But again, we need to know about these breaches. The aerial survey done in the first study was done in North Shelby County. Why not the rest of the county? Because you're flying something that the FAA will not allow over residential property. So we're very limited. So in the lower 2/3, we have to use special techniques. On the bottom left, you'll see us on the green line. We work with community partners to gain access and watch for public safety, where we're able to run these electric lines and see beneath the ground. The bottom figure is that between North Holmes and North Highland, you'll see a red thing. We labeled it a breach. This is how we find them in an urban environment. We wish we could fly the airplane over all of Shelby County. That would be amazing, but we can't. But the pictures on the upper right is that technology that you can do on the ground now. So it's caught up to us. We've rented it, we tested it, and we're going to buy it. This will allow us to go point anywhere we want in the city where we're away from infrastructure and see about 200 to 600 feet in the ground and be able to find these things. This is a game changer. Next. Contaminant threats. We believe that a threat of contamination can occur because of prior to the Clean Water Act of 1974, what was done in the 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. And contaminants can be in the groundwater, but we haven't seen it because it's just moving slow. If you think about what it would take to walk from that door to that side of the room, how fast it would take you, it takes the Memphis aquifer in some places 1 year to move that distance. That's how slow the water's moving, which is why we're not seeing some of these contaminants. What we want to do is catch them before they hit a well field. In doing so, you protect the well, you've protected the well field, and you haven't contaminated the aquifer all the way. You've caught it beforehand. And we're trying to work with the Shelby County Health Department to do that. We're still working to get access with their assistance. We've worked with the city and MLGW to work with them. Additionally, when you think about contamination, this was something that came up with the Byhalia pipeline situation. When there are these chronic or acute spills that happen, how fast does that get to the water table? You know, we didn't really know. When the student came in, we were like, I don't know, you may find out, you may not, it may take so long. Think about how slow it moves. When it's wet, it takes about 3 months to get to the water table. So that tells us that it's not just acute spills that we need to go and quickly clean up. We need to start being aware of chronic spills, things that we don't see that could be occurring because they can reach the shallow water table very quickly. Next. Inslee Bottoms, people call it different names. This is the southwest Memphis area. This was an issue about arsenic. When we brought this up initially, TVA said, hey, we're not the only source, and they're not. But the concern is, what is the impact of heavy metals in the area? And we are looking at that more intensely in the Southwest District area. Additionally, as there are more water users and industries wanting to move into that space, we don't understand the aquifer very well. There's no data. We've been working with the city of Memphis for about a year on trying to get a well put down in that area so we can understand, because when the river goes up, the water moves in. When the river goes down, the water moves out. It's a pulse. It goes back and forth, but we don't understand that fully. So we're trying to do that. We're very thankful for local companies. A concrete company on McKellar Lake has let us put a measuring device of water levels so we can understand the Mississippi River. That's community sharing. That's everybody coming together to kind of understand what's going on. But we are investigating that area. Next. And last slide. A second driver for groundwater flow is storage. Storage is how an aquifer gives up the water, or it takes in water. And this has been known in the past, but it's under ideal conditions, and we do not have ideal conditions. We have real conditions. So we're trying to understand this value, because we use computer models to predict what could happen. The system is so complex, we must use computers to understand this. These values, like hydraulic connectivity, go into that. So the smarter we are about the values, the more accurate we are, the better the results are coming out. And it lets us predict more accurately where the groundwater is going and where contaminants can move to. So that is where we are on this now. The next, happy to answer questions. The next step, since we've presented to MLGW and you, is to do a public forum. We always hold the first one at the public library because MATA has stops there from all the communities. But we would also like to have public forums in 3 other communities. So we would like to have your input as to where we could go into the community and actually present to the citizens. So we're very open to hear your comments on that.
All right, thank you, Dr. Warner. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple things. I'm sure we found some areas of concern that we've had to do remediation for. Do you happen to know how many of those have been remediated based on your study? Or are we just following things now without the ability to get them out of the ground if we need to? Or is it a little both?
It's a little both. When things are found in the ground, they are brought to the attention of the Tennessee Department of Environment Conservation. They act on that, and in certain cases, whether it be moved to a Superfund site or whatever, they're being cleaned up. The cleanup may not be fully done, but it's being monitored so that the cleanup process continues.
So this is a state function to monitor these, not a city or a county?
Correct, from the cleanup standpoint. When it comes to things that are just in the unknown, we just don't know about it. And that's where we're trying to work with the health department to give us access to data so that we can actually put in sentinel wells in between a potential contaminant and a production well to know what's happening so we can catch it before it contaminates much more of the
Are those
aquifer.
wells put in for you by MLG&W or are these separate?
So when we talk about the health department, we're talking about private wells. There's around 600 to 700 private wells. We would have to get, well, you could get citizen approval. I'm not trying to say you don't, but my understanding is that the health department has the authority to go in and test a well for the public safety of that well. So if they're going to test the well, can we not test it for certain contaminants at the same time and know what's going on?
Or is the health department working with you on this?
Not at present.
Not at present. So maybe one of the requests from our council could be to request the county commission to ask the health department to work with you guys on well monitoring to give us this information?
Yes, sir.
So that's an action item that we can bring up maybe. I guess the other thing I had, and this has to do with President McGowan, at one point when we were dealing with the pipeline, we were looking at how do we get something like an aquifer authority, like the Port Authority of New York, where what we have is a multi-state, multi-jurisdiction type authority to monitor this, because as I'm given to understand it, our aquifer connects with this whole aquifer that's the size of Lake Ontario. Is that correct?
It crosses portions of 8 states. It's massive.
So it's the same one.
It's
So we
the
call
fourth
it
largest in the U.S.
So we call it the Memphis aquifer, but what's the name for everybody else? What do they call it?
The official name is called the Middle Claiborne Aquifer. The
Okay.
other people call it the Sparta.
Yeah,
It
and
can
so
vary
the
by
thing
name.
is, I think for us, we keep thinking of this like it's ours. It's the Memphis aquifer, and it's really not. It's this huge thing that's interconnected, and I think even if we don't get this accomplished, somehow starting this and thinking about moving forward with this may help generations 50 and 100 years from now if we do something like that.
Correct.
Okay, because what's happened in California with their aquifer underneath the San Bernardino Valley?
I'm not sure I know what's going on with the Ogallala Aquifer in the Midwest. I mean, it's going dry. And not only is it going dry, it's also land subsidence. There's water loss.
Okay, so I think that as a council, we can't fix this, but we should be aware, and I'm going to be quiet. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, just kind of pointing at the clock. All right, council members, we have one more item, and it's 2:13. We got 2 minutes left in this committee. So I do want to let you get your questions out. But the word I haven't said today, and it seems like I'm saying it every council meeting, brevity. All right, so remember that if you're inclined. inclined to pull your questions, please do so. Who else? Who's next? Oh, I got your paper. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So can you go back to slide 12? I think it was the previous one. So in that lower left corner, it says TVA ash ponds are not the only source of arsenic in the area. It was several years ago, maybe 2020, but a previous TVA CEO, Bill Johnson, he was here. He presented in committee here, and he admitted to the arsenic being in the water, but he said, but we don't know how it got there. Do you all know how the arsenic is getting in the water?
Well, it'll come from wherever the source is. So it could be the ash pond. It could be, land distribution of waste. We understood from local companies that back in the day, they used to take some of the ash waste and use it for berms and road base in that area. So therefore, in our mind, it was kind of spread out, and therefore with rain, you could have that infiltration going in. So it wasn't just in one location, it could have been spread out. We have tested a lot of areas in that southwest corridor in the Inslee Bottoms looking for arsenic and have values. What we're seeing is that those values actually are also within the range of what is naturally within the aquifer material, the Mississippi River Valley alluvium. So the question becomes is it sourcing from something that's man-made, or is it something sourcing from nature? And we're not quite all the way there yet. We're still working on it, but that's where. So when rain goes in and picks that up, some of that can be dissolved in and go into the water.
And thank you all for coming. I yield the floor. And I'll follow up with you offline. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, brevity.
Thank you, and I will do that. The question is, what kind of pushback are you getting back from Shelby County? Because this is very important. I mean, they won't. Partnership is, Health Department. And what can we do to help? Because we are taxpayers, and this is very important. What you all do in the research, and just what Councilwoman just said. I mean, what is the pushback?
We have requested access to the physical paper logs for the private wells that were put in.
Okay.
Which they have, and we've looked at an example of it. They're in a giant folder, and they say, well, we have to do an information request, and we have to pay 10 cents for a copy. I'm like, that's thousands of dollars. It's like, I can actually look at it.
Send me your request.
Okay.
Send it to the council, because this is 10 cents. This is really severe, and we need to really, you all are doing the work. And so we need partnership. Mm-hmm. It's not about, we need partnership. And so they need to comply with whatever your ask is. And it's a shame if they haven't, because this is talking about our water. And so, and then the second thing I need to ask you, are you working with Sarah?
Houston.
Protector. Are you in partnership? Do you all work together or collaborate or just talk?
Yeah, we do.
Wonderful.
We talk. In fact, their science director, we're having lunch next Thursday.
Wonderful. But Shelby County Health Department, shame on them. Send it to me, and we'll see what we can do.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Here's all hearts and minds clear. If not, I'm so sorry. I say that in jest. All right, thank you so much, Doc.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, this item number 6. I really want to get into it, but yeah, come on. I want to get into it. Because I think the last time we got a presentation on this, I think I requested it, and somebody told me it was $1 billion for the city to start paying for some stuff, for sidewalks. So if y'all gonna tell us $1 billion again, just tell me now. And then, all right, item number 6, discussion on sidewalk maintenance activities and future plans. Councilwoman Cooper saying you requested this, but I'm gonna let them get directly into it.
Okay, Greg Dodson, Interim Director, Engineering, 125 North Main. So I've got Administrator Chris Hopper here. He leads, he's Administrator of Construction and Inspection for Division of Engineering. And so he leads and runs this sidewalk repair program. So I guess in general, we have a program. There's an ordinance that the city council has implemented, and so we've been following that, from my understanding, since its inception. So I'll turn it over to Chris to maybe just kind of walk us through maybe just a general, maybe a 30,000 foot level, maybe not go too real high.
Administrator Harper, is your first time coming before us?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Christopher Harper, 2599 Avery Avenue.
Okay.
Like Interim Director Dotson said, our office maintains the function of the sidewalk ordinance, which is basically the property owners have a responsibility to maintain the sidewalk adjacent to their property. This is listed out in 1228, construction and maintenance. There's about 3,400 miles of sidewalk in the city. And I know that a couple years ago we did look at, I know y'all are all familiar with the RAS data for the streets. We used that same data to look at the condition of the sidewalk and get an estimate for the cost. And you wanted the number. It was between 60 and 90 million. So,
yeah, okay.
Not a billion, but.
Okay, cool. I knew it was way too much money.
So that's where that's at. So our office, we do rely on citizen complaints or concerns to be directed to our office, and then when we go out on site, we will inspect either that general area. So a block is probably where we're looking at, just to make sure that we're addressing all the concerns in that neighborhood before we leave. We have limited staff, so that's the most efficient way to address that. Last year in FY26, we had 852 sidewalk inspections. Of that, we sent out 497 notices, and last year 356 were forwarded to the attorney's office for enforcement through environmental court. We do have a backlog of inspections, and so generally we will focus on non-owner operated when we're trying to do like a surplus of inspections. So if we're trying to catch up, we'll focus on those commercial or tenant occupied spaces because we feel that they're more responsive as far as making repairs, and that means less room for the court to deal with these concerns.
All right, since we're behind schedule, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, can you, let the council know why you asked them to come?
I asked to come because constituents are tagging me, emailing me because of that picture right there and the sidewalks. Back in 2022, when I look at this ordinance, this was done in 1967. Are you all aware of that? Did you find the ordinance? This was created in 1967. So what was happening back in 1967? We don't even have to go there in this city, and we don't even want to go there because we know exactly what's happened in 1967 and why this kind of ordinance was created. In 2022, there was $500,000 that was set up for a program to help assist with sidewalks. Since I've been on this council, we have asked, and I have personally asked, on the side, where is that $500,000? And no one can seem to tell us where that $500,000 is. So your assignment, I hope someone can tell me where it is, how it's been used, and the district where most of these sidewalks cited. I want a layout on where most of these sidewalks issues have been cited to and whom you've sent to environmental court, because this is in South Memphis, I think. And then I had a little 99, I think she was 99 years old, and I'm gonna close with this, couldn't get in and out of her house due to sidewalks on a fixed income. And so when I did call to talk with someone about that, it was like pulling teeth just to help her, just to get in. That's a quality of life. That's a quality of living. And through the years of erosion and, things have happened, that's what it looks like in District 8. So I just want to know, I want some data, I want some numbers, I want to know what that looks like and where that 500, that $500,000, how's it been used? And especially there's a program, and I did talk to the administration, so that gave me a little hope on moving forward and doing something a little different. But this $500,000, I like to know where it is, and then I want data on those who's been cited and sent to environmental court.
All right, so thank you for that, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. I'm gonna propose a question and then, get Councilwoman Cooper Sutton all the information she wants to know. I think a question that kind of gets us to where we're trying to go is how someone who has a sidewalk in disrepair, how do they apply for the program to access those funds? And if we don't know off the top of our head, it's okay. Can you send the council an email explaining the process so we can inform our constituents?
So we do have a assistance application program. I think it's separate from the funding that you're speaking of, and I can touch on that as well. But that application is available online. We also make that application available in our sidewalk notice. So there's a QR code that they can go to that and apply. We also mail those out. Anyone who reaches out to our office, we have a notary that's available to notarize the paperwork to make sure that that's applied. It's a very low threshold. I'm not sure exactly the process that set the standards for that. We did look a few years ago at a couple of options, and I believe that's where the $500,000 was addressed. So I'm not sure on the years. I thought it was FY25, but I may be mistaken. There's $500,000 currently allocated, and that was supposed to go towards a grant program, and I'm not sure where that's at because I know there were some legal issues, but I know the $500,000 has not been touched because that grant program, was never. I think there were some legal hurdles in addressing that, but we have, I think since 2013, I believe, we've had the sidewalk assistance program, and that wasn't a cost share grant. That's a full assessment, and we're doing that, and my office can provide the data on how that money's being distributed.
We love that. And we'll talk offline a little bit more because I did talk to the administration and they just kind of helped me understand this this $500,000. And so we really need to look into that, find out where it is, how it's being used, if it's been used, and we need to make sure that it is being used for the community and they have access to it. Okay? Plus the $200,000. So that's 5, 6, 7. So we need to find out where that is too, so we can start pushing these out so the people can find and get some relief on this program and get some assistance. Okay? I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. I love you.
give an update on the Sentinel. The Sentinel contract has been executed. So we'll be getting with each council member.
Yeah, I think I put that,
So we'll be getting each of these. See how you want to deploy those.
sure.
Yeah, I think all of us would like to know exactly where the hot spots are in our districts and sort of help people with them and give us recommendations.
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to put together the information on the hotspots, also where we already have camera infrastructure, so that we're not overlaying on top of stuff that's already.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Well, with that, colleagues, thanks again.
With each council member, looks like we're getting a total of 40 boxes to be spread across the districts. So we'll be getting with each of you to see how you want to deploy those. We'll get some crime numbers together and things like that to have a further discussion. But I just want to give you an update on that.
would work. We have sent some preliminary coordinates to the carriers and see if there's any interest. I went over there, drove around, and I absolutely agree with you that they need better coverage. No, we've done one site in a park in the last 15 years at Audubon Park, and yes, we could check with them, absolutely. We'll do it. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Any other council members? All right, so we'll go on to item number 2 and item number 3, but we'll do one at a time, but they're pretty much joined together. And I'm excited to say I didn't think we were going to be able to do number 3 today, but last minute, that's why we were running a little late. We're going to be able to do item number 3. So item number 2, we have data report and update on compliance and enforcement of short-term rental ordinances. I requested this. No need for a motion or a second. And Ms. Gia is getting the presentation queued up for us. But essentially what this is, council members, we've all talked about this for a long time. Excited to present it to you all. If you take a look, Gia and I put the presentation that Director Ragsdale showed us last week. I mean, this has been essentially 18 months in the working. It all started, I mean, we've all gone through this with the parties in neighborhoods, the pool parties, the noise complaints, and unfortunately the shootings, the homes that I've been to where there have been shootings, and I know many of us have been to those. So here we go. She's got the presentation up. So what you're looking at is what Director Ragsdale showed us last week. And before we get into it, I do want to thank the Memphis Police Department, specifically Major Pickering, Colonel Amber Webb, of course, Director Ragsdale, Director Neal, Lonnie Lester. We got Safeways here. We've got Kevin Phipps. We got Mr. Muhammad, Chris Simmons, Colonel Mathena helped, Catholic Charities, Hospitality Hub, Director Davis, Joy Tuliados, Gia, and the different staff members that I've worked with the last 18 months. And I think about like Councilwoman Logan. I know she's been so active in Raleigh because there have been situations. But if you'll go ahead and go to the last slide, Gia, if you could go to the last slide. Again, this is just the presentation that Director Ragsdale gave us last week. And it's all about data. Essentially, y'all, what happens to us as council members, sorry, not the last slide, the fourth to last slide. Yeah, the one screenshot, Gia, where we put it all in one big thing. Yeah, so we blacked out the addresses so that you can't see them, obviously, and we still have, we're still going through some things with legal to make sure that some of these things we can add to the ordinance, and we'll get to the ordinance with item number 3. But just looking at the presentation, the first address, again, at the top that's darked out, this was called into our office as a suspicious person in the neighborhood. The second one, noise complaint. The next 3 were shootings, right? And again, we all deal with this as council members, but Director Ragsdale and his team, and they do a great job of it, they fall, their responsibility lies in here somewhere, right? And we've seen the presentation last week. We sped through it today, obviously, but it was up there for a reason, because I think what we want to do as a council, after listening to each and every one of you, is find a way to change the laws that we can change to hold the bad actors accountable. And in every single one of these, I didn't ask for these. These came to me just like they come to you as a representative in the city. Shootings, noise complaints, people selling, essentially operating used car sales lots, the Palmershire community, out of their homes. There was a homeless encampment on Tutwiler. That was a vacant property. But again, not trying to get into the addresses today, but more or less the process. So this is how we've worked it. And if you go right to left, and if you'll go to the next slide, we zoomed in a little bit just so you could see. And sorry, we just put some of this stuff together and tried to get it on one screen for you all at the end so you can read it easily. But you start off, is it a short-term rental property? Yes or no? And in some instances, like Director Ragsdale with your presentation, we don't know, right?
Brett Ragsdale, DPD. And I think that before we didn't know. I think now we have, with our new technology, the Deckard system, Rentalscape, we can get a lot closer to knowing. Like, we should be able to determine whether or not this is advertised as a short-term rental. So those are the things that we're, continuing to work on. So as we get addresses, if you get, an address that's a complaint, you can send it to us and we can look to see, is it actually advertised as a short-term rental on, any of these platforms? So that'll help at least identify the ones that are being advertised.
And so this started with that first shooting down there on the bottom, and that would have been, I guess, in February of last year. So we're talking 17 or 18 months ago, right? And the names that I mentioned, you were on there too. I mean, we reach out to the local, whatever precinct it is that the address is located in, right? But the first question, is it a short-term rental property? So all of this is directed specifically to the neighbors and to the interest of public safety and to the citizens that are law-abiding citizens that are having to deal with these things. And so, again, not like speaking to you on this, Director Ragsdale, because you've helped so much, because through the new processes that you have and the technology that you have, you're filling in the blanks for a lot of these things for us. And that's all evolved over the last year, so that's beautiful. But as you keep moving down, have their property taxes been paid? And so we've done this for each address. And I think what I would like to see us do as a council is vote on the ordinance modification. If you keep moving to the right, do they have a permit? If you'll go to the next slide, were they operating prior to the ordinance? So that's a grandfather clause we all talked about. How many police calls to service? We didn't put the number there, but in one instance where there was a shooting, there was over 100 police calls to service, not to that one address, but another column on here is, do they own multiple properties? There was well over 100 police calls to service across this property owner's 300 homes. I mean, it was almost like maybe more than one call a week or something like that. So what I want to see us do, hopefully, and I'm asking for this council to help and for all of us to do this together, each one of these columns is a different, in my mind, a different thing that we could focus on and add to the ordinance that exists today, and either apply fines, penalties, whatever it is that we can come up with, quite frankly, that's within the law, to support what's in place out of Nashville, and to create new penalties, new fines to hold these people accountable. So as you keep moving to the right, I think you're going to see things that make sense. Have we assessed fines in the past? Is there a court date? I know on one of these properties, I went to the court date and it was actually postponed. And if I would have known how to use the website, I would have known it was postponed. So I've learned that through the process. But I'm tossing all this out here because we're all doing this in some way, shape, or form. And so I appreciate everybody up here for what they do every day. But I know the citizens are wanting to see action on this. And lastly, I guess, which is moving on to item number 3, is the House Bill 1050 that I believe Touche sponsored, maybe? Yeah, Parkinson sponsored. And that's been signed into law, and we'll send everybody copies of that. But for item number 3, we're essentially restating the existing short-term rental properties ordinance, but then we're adding in, House Bill 1050. So that's another data point, if you will. But I think that is the last slide that we have as far as things that Gia and I and Ashley's helped with this as well in the past to help create this. And everybody that I mentioned earlier is part of an email. When I get the address or we get the address for an issue, we send a blast email to that group. And that's kind of how we've gotten to this point. And so I would like to see us continue to do this and then press on the administration or work with the administration to make it. I don't know if 311's the answer, but you've got data. NPD has data. Safeways, I can't sing their praises enough. I bug the hell out of them, and work with them. And they do such a great job with the apartment complexes and everything else in Binghamton. So that's how I got hooked up with them. But I just want to see us all work together to ramp this up and change the law. So I'll open it up for any questions, and thank you for listening or comments. Councilman Warren.
I think it's good that what we do is we try to figure out what we can do within current law. but also we need to be thinking for recommendations that we need to give to our representatives to take back to Nashville that we think they can actually pass that will help us. So we need both of those things, and I'd like to sign on to help you to do whatever you do here. I think everybody here wants to be a co-sponsor when this comes up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Councilman. Anybody else wish to speak?
For doing this. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you all.
It's
Yeah.
very needed.
Yep. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Green?
Yeah, I would say the same thing. We just did a coffee with constituents out at the senior center, and this, of course, came up. Every time that I am out talking in the community, this comes up. You said, like, send us the address. I tell you right now, 1980 Kirby. I can tell you that because I get so many calls about it. And I call the police about it. They already know that number, But that's the sort of initiative that you've taken is clearly something that the community wants addressed. So the other side of this, the state law, a lot of these landlords have really powerful lobbies. And so we're going to have the community support, not just for us to go push the lawmakers to change this, but for everybody to get out there and push the lawmakers to change this, because they may or may not listen to us. But if we collectively get together and say, this is destroying neighborhoods or disrupting them at least, and we want you to do something about it, then we might actually get some change. But I'm so grateful for your leadership because I do not speak to a group in the city where this does not come up.
Thank you. And I want to, like Representative Parkinson, I want to recognize him, and Senator Taylor. I mean, this is something where there's no politics involved in any of this. When everybody goes to community centers, I mean, every single one of us have talked about this, like ad nauseum. It's frustrating it's taken so long, but there's just so many moving parts to it. And so we're kicking it off today. And yeah, I appreciate everyone. So for me, unless anyone else wants to speak on 2, we'll move on to the ordinance. Everybody's good on 2? All right, so that does it for item 2. And then item 3, y'all should have copies of the ordinance. We can pass them out. You should have copies of House Bill 1050, but essentially this is a restatement of the existing short-term rental ordinance and adding in the specifics of House Bill 1050, and we're going to implement everything that has been signed on by the governor and follow state law. So motion's been made by Councilman Warren and seconded by Councilman Ford. So with that, we'll go to a voice vote. All those in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, anyone against? All right, opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. If there's no more comments, we'll be done. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. The July 21st, 2026 executive session of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Green, Councilman Ford, Councilman Spinoza, Councilman Dr. Warren, and Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present, thank you. We have one item on the revised committee agenda. Item number 1 is a resolution appointing Matters Fiscal Trustee, all council districts. It's sponsored by Councilman Ford Sr., and there's a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion and a second? It's been moved by Councilman Ford Sr., second by Councilwoman Green. Councilman Ford Sr., you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Only thing that we are doing, we're just changing the trustee. Yeah. We're taking off Officer Walter Person, which is no longer with us, and we're just replacing him with, oh Lord, what's his name? Yeah. Art Davis. Arthur Davis. Yeah, that's all that we're doing, just replacing him because we need a trustee.
Thank you, Councilman. Do any members have any questions regarding this item? Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. My question is not on the fiscal trustee appointment, which I get. So we know that we've had certain constituents come and give public comment and say certain things. And I read into an email that we received about us agreeing and signing with contracts and agreements over the fiscal trustees for MATA, their payments, their expectations, and in which I was under the impression that we do not do contracts, right, or agreements. But I'm only asking because we received an agreement in our hand. So what we are doing is we are switching out the appointees, but what does this agreement have to do with us? So I know that I'm not lying to constituents when I say we didn't have nothing to do with it, but it ended up on my desk. Can anybody else say it?
Is Attorney Wade in here?
He was here. Attorney Wade, can you hear us somewhere? But you see what I'm saying, Chairwoman? Yes. I just, I want to do my due diligence and making sure that I'm saying what I'm doing and what I'm not. That's all.
So I would say that, and I'm not going to speak for Attorney Wade or anything, but you'll see the person who signs this is Mayor Young and Roderick Holmes, and then the other trustee, which will now be Art Davis instead of Walter Person. It is not our contract. We don't sign that. Oh, look.
I understand we don't sign contracts, but we received a contract in our hands, and I want on record what we do and do not have to do with a contract and agreement, because we have been tore up in person and online and in emails about us agreeing to people making certain amounts, not having certain things done since September, since they've been here, and so on and so forth.
Attorney, can you offer some clarification, please? Attorney Wade.
That position was a co-trustee position. It was more or less of a safeguard to protect the disbursement of the allocation that we made. That person is on our payroll, not on Matters payroll. That's why we had to have the check and balance, and it's called institutional control. So that person is there for fiscal control, and that's why that co-trustee was named. So it's not a real risk vote that you're taking. It's basically a protective vote of the money we put into MATA.
Is it Chief Davis or is it Attorney Holmes?
Chief Davis is the fiscal trustee.
Is the one that we have,
he is employed by us, but the money comes out of our treasury And he is the one that says yes or no or whatever, and that's the control that we have over our money.
Do they have balanced powers since they're co-trustees? Or
No, they have different distinct powers. One is more fiscally related, the other one is more operationally related.
But just to be clear, we just received this agreement just so we can see the agreement, not because this has anything to do with our vote.
No, I mean, essentially, we're just substituting a trustee. The agreement is in place.
Okay, I'm just making
Under the
sure.
agreement, if a trustee resigns, dies, or refuses to serve, he has to be replaced. Since we put the trust in place, we are the party to make that determination.
I'm just making sure because before you walked in, I was saying how there were back and forth conversations with constituents asserting that we had something to do with the agreement and the people, which is why they weren't seeing what they wanted to see in matter. And so I was just confirming that we did not have anything to do with the agreement.
No, essentially, our only string to it is that we're giving money to it and that we want to make sure that we have control of the money. And we, once it goes out of our hands, as what was happening, we lost control and we didn't know where the hell it was going or what was happening with it. So I think it's prudent for us to try to make sure that we keep up with what we put into it.
Okay, so these documents will be updated because they all have Walter Person's name on it. Oh, okay. Okay, I see it. That's right. Okay. Councilwoman Green, you're recognized.
Yeah, I think the clarification is we as a council, and maybe you can confirm with me, Attorney Wade, we as a council have budgetary powers and we give a large sum, $32.5 million in this last budget, to public transportation. The city has a charter with the state that let us set up a transportation authority. That transportation authority happens to be MATA. As part of that $32 million that we give over to the administration, they and MATA and the trustee decide how things are spent. But the administration, as in Mayor Young, makes the contract with the trustee. We don't do that. We don't set the terms. We don't say this is how much they should get paid. We're not involved in that process. We don't contract. Just so that's clear for everybody on the record.
We don't contract.
We give the big bucket of money to MATA, but we don't write the contract for how much the trustee gets paid.
Now, what we do is we give the money, we appropriate the money. We don't administer the money. We basically don't contract, but we can condition our money going to MATA. That's what was not happening. It was just going out the door, see you later. We had no idea what was happening. So now, with a fiscal trustee, you can get feedback, you can ask questions, what's happening with the money, give me some reports, so on and so forth. It gives you greater control over what we put in there. They get money from elsewhere, we ain't got nothing to do with that, but what we want to do is make sure they spend our money wisely.
Okay. All right. With that being said, no other counsel in the queue. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. That brings us to our add-on items. Items number 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Item number 16 is a Chief Financial Officer appointment. Art Davis, there's a request for same night minutes. Item number 17 is a Chief Administrative Officer appointment. Chris Winton, there's a request for same night minutes. Item 18 is Airport Authority appointments of Belinda Anderson, Pamela Clary, and DeMar Roberts. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 19 is a resolution to accept and allocate surface transportation block grant funds in the amount of $581,840 in grant funds from Tennessee Department of Transportation for the Memphis Airport Plow Boulevard Access Road, Project PW01109, District 3, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 20 is a resolution appointing Matters Fiscal Trustee, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Ford Sr. There's a request for same night minutes. The same night minutes items are 4, 7, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Item number 15 will be held until September 15th, 2026. Does any member of the committee have anything else that needs to be addressed?